Okay. Of course. Usually I would share this to Facebook, but this stream is going to be a bit different. It's not a tutorial. Lord, what is doing that? That's not normal. Alright. What's up, Jack? Going to be doing some refining today. Might be having some computer troubles, I don't know. We'll see. But the goal today is going to refine some looks. This is not really going to be a tutorial until later, because I'm going to start another tutorial later tonight. But right now, because I mean, Chamsys is obviously more popular in Europe, and right now in Europe it's like late. It's very late in the night, so or I guess early in the morning. So I'm going to I'm in Canada right now, so it's fine for me. Yeah, so I'm going to be doing some programming anyways. Thought I would stream it. So the goal today is going to be, making some predefined looks and kind of refining this color picker right here, because it works really well. I just need to organize the grouping, because all the grouping is based on the outputs tab. Why is that one yellow? Oh, yeah, that's why. All the grouping is based on the outputs tab, and hey, I'm happy to help, man. I'm happy to help. Yeah, I mean, I just program a lot, so I just yeah. When I started programming, I started on let's see, what was the first one? Probably, so my school had 2 venues. We had our 340 seat theater, and we had a 40 seat black box, and in the black box we had this 24 fader, one of those really old school boards that had 2 banks of 12 faders, and you could fade between the 2 banks, and it was only conventionals. So I learned all I could on that board. That's where I started, and I learned how to patch and stuff like that, and hard patch. I've really loved being able to learn in that environment. It was great. And then I learned an ETC Congo was the console we had in the theater space, so I learned that, and that's also an old board, very old school. But I really liked it. It's kind of it was ETC's take on like a busking board combined with a theater board. It had some really cool features that I haven't seen in any other console, like not even MA or ETC's newer stuff like the. Well, I mean, the Ion is still pretty old, but even those consoles don't have those features. Like, one of the features I really liked is that console had 40 faders, right? And what you could do is you could assign specific like attributes to specific faders. So if you want if you want to turn some faders into like CMY encoders for programming, you could do that. It was super, super useful. Because then you don't have to be fiddling. Basically, in layman's terms, instead of controlling the CMY attributes with encoders like this, I could put all of those encoders on faders. And since there was 40 of them, it made life really, really easy. And I could also put like, I could also make it so that there's, on each playback there was like 3 buttons. I can make it so that one of the buttons selected the group. So if I had, so for example, this right here is my, oh my god, lag. Jeez, I'm gonna take these down. Yeah, I don't know why all of a sudden, because yesterday the stream was going fine. If the stream's lagging or anything, please tell me so I can try to fix it. Because I can't really tell. Anyways, so what you could do is you could have like an intensity, like a group of fixtures on a fader, and have that fader act as like an intensity playback. But you could also hit one of the flash buttons and then select that group. It's really, really cool, really intuitive. Anyways, moving on to programming, right? So I've been playing around with a few different features. I've been really, really busy this week, so haven't gotten time to look at all the new features. Last time I programmed, I was on a pretty old, well, not old version, but I think I was on like 1.7 something. And so when I saw that there was a brand new version, I think we're at, yeah, today, the latest version is 1.8.2.7. I always use the beta. I've never used the fucking stable because I always just, I love all the new features that they put in. And that's one thing I really, really love about Chamsys is they always update their software consistently. Like the first time I was programming on Chamsys, they had just added the regions feature, and so, oof. But the stable version didn't have the regions feature, so for my first ever show on Chamsys, or I get in my second show on Chamsys, the first show I didn't program, I just ran the board. The second show I did program, and so yeah, I wanted to have the regions. Oh, you've got an MQ500? Lucky, man. Oh, I'm jealous. I'm going to college too. We don't have one of those. We just have an ETC Ion. God damn, I'm jealous. Lucky bastard. Damn. Oof. Because that's a nice board. I really like the direction they're going with that. Although I kind of wish I had more faders. Because it seems like the newer consoles compared to the old ones have a lot less faders than the old ones. Like if you look at the MQ5 or 300, has like 100 playbacks on it, which is ridiculous, but it's awesome. I don't know what I would do with that many playbacks, but yeah. Yeah, man, I wish, like if I still lived in Europe, it would be easy going for me, but I live in Canada now where everything's MA. Because I lived in Brussels for 4 years, and so I learned Chamsys because, you know, Chamsys is everywhere in Europe. And I moved back to Canada for college, and everything is either ETC or MA. And nothing's wrong with MA, it's just you have to spend hours and hours and hours programming beforehand. Like, to make this color picker in MA, you need like 1 million macros, like 5 hours of programming. Meanwhile, on Chamsys, it's literally go copy, paste, boop, done. And just make that a region. Super easy. Anyways. Right, but so actually, time to start programming. So yeah, some of the problems, I haven't worked on this show file specifically, is on a rig that is ridiculously big, that has way too many lights. Like, the biggest show I've done so far has had 40 lights, it had like 12 movers and like maybe 20 LEDs. We had some American DJ LEDs as well, or actually no, they were all American DJs. All of our so we had 4, or I guess 8 very light movers, and then we had 4 American DJ movers, and then we had 1 million American DJ LEDs. We had some LED bars too. I really like them, although 2 of them broke during the show. Then, I mean, actually I have a video of it somewhere. It was really, really annoying. Because that was my last show in high school, and so I was like, gotta go out with a bang, right? And it was a battle of the bands, so even better. Oh boy, I should probably clear up some space. Oh man, where did I put it? Yeah, that's right. Here we go. Yeah, I've kind of put a few videos that I want to show here. Yeah, just hit me up on Facebook. I also have email. I should probably put my email somewhere. Actually, I'll just put it in the chat. There you go. Yeah, feel free to email me anytime. Right. So these videos are all because I want to demonstrate a few things, because I feel like sometimes when I say things, they don't really make sense unless I kind of show it. Right, so this was the last show I did in high school. Designed the whole rig. I'm gonna rant. I'll get to some actual programming in a bit. I just want to kind of rant a bit. Well, not rant, just kind of talk. So this was, like I said, this was my last show in high school, and I wanted to go out with a bang. So decided to, because we had like 80 conventionals, because it's a theater, right? We had lots of conventionals. So I decided to, because I only had the PC wing, and I had already filled pretty much all of my playbacks on the PC wing with stuff, I decided to use our ETC Congo, as you can see on the side here. The only reason we had that console there is so that I could control the intensities for various lights, so I could selectively light up the stage with the front lighting. So like I went up to the catwalk and refocused everything, so I had basically different areas of the entire stage, a very theater style way of doing the front lighting. So like I had different lights pointed to the drummers. I had some stuff on the there's a keyboard back here, but there's too much haze, so you can't really see it. We didn't have the best hazers. I mean I really like them, but they, like, yeah. As you can see, there's 3 hazers. There was a hazer on this side right here, and that one was doing fine. There was a hazer on this side as well, and these were big hazers. And then there was a tiny little smoke machine behind the drummer, and I only used that one like twice, because if I held down the flash, because I had a flash button for it, because of how powerful it was, if I held it down for like a second, it would just shoot a ridiculous, like, you wouldn't be able to see the drummer anymore. And so I could, barely use that one, because, I mean, yeah, kind of self-evident. But yeah, as you can see, there's VL 2500s. Love these lights. They're super old though. They're starting to get some glitches, like this one right here. The CMY system didn't work, or it did work, but the magenta slider was screwed up, and so oh, that's the third. Oh boy, I did that for my first. Well, I think this was probably the first thing I programmed when I started programming on Chamsys. Is I wanted to do the Christian Jackson color picker on Chamsys, and so I did the same thing, but I used macros as well. So I had like a million Q stacks, and they all had macros so that they would turn each other off. And I probably have the show file somewhere, but it was ridiculous. It worked. The only reason I don't use it, and well, I never have used it, is because one, you have to update all of those queue stacks if you go to a new venue, and it has different fixtures or new fixtures. And if you have lots of fixtures, that's a lot of updating. So that was one of the reasons. The other reason is I couldn't fade colors, which was really annoying, because although I don't fade colors that often, I do like having the option to be able to. And so this color picker, it still does the thing I don't like, and it's this. So this the all row works perfectly, right? But when you select one of these, it doesn't kill the top row, and it activates this. So it's just a mess, really. I wish they would fix it. I mean, I kind of know why it's doing this. It's because fixtures that are in these groups are in this group as well. Some of them have the same fixtures. If these three groups all had completely different fixtures in them, and they didn't have any of the same fixtures in this one, it wouldn't be a problem, but that's not how it works. So yeah, and I mean, all you have to do for this type of color picker is just update the palettes, and then you're all good. Because I can just update these groups, right? Instead of having to individually go through and update each queue, I just have to update the palettes, and it works for everything. Yeah, I wish it wouldn't do this annoying thing. I mean, the only reason I decided to make that color picker is because I was scared that I was going to constantly hit clear, because I have it assigned to one of my keys on my keyboard, and I'm constantly hitting that button. You'll probably hear it in the background a lot. Like, I just do it by instinct, and so I was scared that during a show I would hit it and clear everything I had, and everything would go back to default. And so yeah. That's not a problem, I discovered. I never hit clear during a show because I'm busy. And there's no point in claiming during a show. Anyways, right. So you can kind of see, this is, I had a laptop. Oh, you can do that. You can do that. It's assigned special. It's somewhere here. Yeah, it's these right here. I'll test it out real quick. Yeah, that works. Let's go to group. Oh, eventually I should show oh, you have to make sure it's in the same region. Alright. Let me just show an example. After this, I've said this a million times, but I highly recommend using keyboard macros, because this is how I can be so quick. Is I have a million keyboard macros, and it's just built into my muscle memory. So I usually do 2 seconds. 4. Oh, it actually works now. In previous versions, if you did 4 seconds, it would do like 3.97 seconds. And it was still 4 seconds, but it would just piss me off because it just didn't look right. Alright, so here's the thing. Alright, so assign special timing. Make sure you've got like latest version, or actually it shouldn't be that new. I'm pretty sure that feature is pretty old. So you can just rename these so that they look right. I mean, if you don't care, that's fine too. So I usually go by 2. I double it every time. It's like 10 seconds, and we'll just do that for now. Usually I go up to 20 seconds, I think, for those really, really long ones. So we'll put this in a different place here. We'll go to timing, and then you just, there you go, just normal, do reverse, and then out, in. And then what you do is wait, did they fix it? Nope. Alright. you highlight all of this, then you, oh my god, what? Oh yeah, it doesn't do that. Oh my god. So to select all, I mean, you could just do this and then set the region, or that's another annoying thing. Whenever you set the region and then unassign it, it leaves these blank blocks. That kind of pisses me off. It does. They don't do anything. It's fine, but it's just annoying. So if you don't want to do that, or if you don't want to have to do this, you can just hold Control and then select everything. Boop, 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 and then set the region. And there we go. Now we have all of this. So I'll just bring up my washes. There we go. Oh, wait a minute. We'll find out. Let's do reverse. Yeah. Alright, now I see the problem. Here we go. Alright, so here we go. These are just washes. Actually, I'll just bring them down to a spread. There we go. And we'll just zoom in a bit. There you go. So these are wash lights. They don't do much in this show file. Again, like I said, this show file is just the reason there's so many fixtures everywhere is because I wanted to see what kind of workflow there is when you have a million fixtures. Because when you have like 20 fixtures, it's pretty easy, right? But when you have 50, 60 fixtures, things get more complicated, and you still have to program quickly. So it's kind of like trying to figure out, you know, how to program fast. Right. So here you can see, for this, I have a 4-second fade time, right? And then the direction is out in, right? So theoretically, it should come. Oh wait, yeah, here we go. It should start here and then go out both ways, but it doesn't because of the selection, right? Now that's just because of the way these fixtures are selected. So let's go back here, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to remove that group, clear the region. Oh, a little bit of lag. Don't know what these lag spikes are. I'm glad I got this laptop though, because it's they're just palettes. Yep, I just copied it from I just highlighted. These are my main ones. These I never changed these ever, and so yeah, I just highlighted all of them, copy them to the page, and bada bing bada boom. As you can see here, the bitmaps, there's no bitmaps on them. So if I want to not have to redo all the bitmaps, I can just copy it from this. So I can just, because these are the same palettes, right? So I can just copy these palettes and bring it over to this page, and now those bitmaps are still there. And so to fix this, the direction thing, we have to fix the group. We have to make a symmetrical group. I'm just going to take this down so that my computer doesn't die. So yes, we have to make a symmetrical group so that this actually works. Because the way this works is it goes, so when you make a group, it records the order you selected the fixtures in, and then when you apply an effect on that, on these groups, it will apply that effect in the order that you selected when you made the group. That's why I have a symmetrical group right here. This is the only reason I have this group is to make symmetrical effects, because if I try to do it with a normal group, it won't work. It just won't work, because this selection right here is just all of them, right? It's just so I can, you know, select all of them. There's no specific order. For these ones, there is. And an easy way to make that symmetric group is to spend time and make a plan in the outputs window. Later on, I'm going to actually cover more in depth how to do this and what the outputs window can do for you. That'll be in a few hours though. Super powerful window. I highly recommend using it. And it's super useful, even if it's just for troubleshooting, because that's the main thing. It's ridiculously useful for troubleshooting. And also, if you don't have, if you have like multi-element fixtures and you can't visualize them, you can put them in a grid. I don't think I have a grid of. Yeah, no, I don't have multi-element fixtures in this show file. But if you do, you can put them in the grid, and it'll like visualize the elements in that fixture, and so you can do some element-specific effects onto it and see kind of how it would look like. Anyways, so this right here, this grid, is a mirror of the grid, of the lighting grid here. Obviously, this lighting grid has some stuff that can't be replicated in a 2D grid. It's pretty easy to update the outputs window. If you don't have that many lights, then you can just figure it out with, like, if you have, let's say you have 6 movers, right? It's pretty easy to make a symmetrical effect, selection. You just go boom, 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 right? Because now that's symmetrical. But if you have a really big rig, chances are, oh wait, I'm an idiot. Here we go. If it's the wrong window, please tell me, because I'm still not used to changing the windows between Capture and Magic Q yet. Anyways, so if you have a rig that has a million lights in it, it's pretty useful to make, I mean, it's pretty much impossible to make a symmetrical selection without it, unless you really kind of, I don't know, I actually don't know how you do it without this. You would kind of have to look at the actual design and, you know, select each light specifically going with the design. But it's pretty easy to make this. The only reason it looks this complex is because of how I've done the lighting rig in Capture. Actually, I'll just show this in plot view here. So here you go. As you can see, there's a million lights here, right? And there's some that are on poles like this. That's why in this view, this is what they are right here. Because obviously I can't just stack all of them on one, right? So I figured this is probably the easiest way. You can make your grid bigger. I tried to condense it into a fairly small space like this, just to make life easy. Yeah. Because another thing is, when you do the symmetrical selection, you'll be going from inside to out, right? And so these fixtures right here, or if you're doing like a color swipe, right? It just, here. Because they're so close to the rest of the rig, there's no point in putting them aside, because then it just makes things more complicated. But yeah, it's just a way of visualizing the rig. And you can actually see how your effects play out on this as well. So if I go over to my effects tab and apply a color effect, my apologies, I don't think, oh yes, that's right. Yes, because I haven't updated those color effects to go over the entire rig yet. But here you can see, actually it'll probably work better if I change the color a bit. Let's do red and yellow. Here we go. That's not symmetrical. Oh, that is, right. I've only been working on the beams, that's right. But here you can see these effects are going from in to out, right? Yeah, you have to put them in the USB as well. I wish that'd be nice if they would come with the show file. I thought it would, because Chamsys makes 3 types of files. There's the show file. There's, yeah, actually I'll just bring this up. Chamsys usually makes 3 types of save files. Here we go. There's an SBK file, and that's the autosave file, because whenever you make a change in Chamsys, it automatically saves it. So if it crashes or anything, you can just, you know, restart and go get right back to where you were. And the show files are the proper saves. So you can use these as kind of like save points in video games, if that makes sense. So the SBK version, usually if I've finished a big thing, a big feature, or a big, I don't know, just a big thing, I'll save properly. And then if I'm experimenting a little bit and I accidentally break the show file, it's fine. I can just go back to that show file, the show, this file, the SHW file, and everything's fine. This file, the XHW file, is to store graphical stuff. Apparently, according to the manual, that's what it's for. I'm guessing what it's really for is for like icons, the built-in icons that Chamsys has. So like, if I'm pretty sure it's if you like assign your own icons to things, that's what happens. Like if you record some split colors for a color wheel, and you just put, 'cause sometimes when you're recording color wheels, like here, I'll just demonstrate. It won't, because this has the icon, right? But it won't record the icon in the palette, which is really, really, really annoying. But you can just do it yourself. You can, if you hold Shift and hit Set, it'll bring up this icon, and it's Shift Set, and then you have to hit whatever you want to change the icon for. You can go split colors, and what was it? White, red, I think? Yeah, there you go. Boom. And there you go. So I'm pretty sure that's what that file's for. But no, for bitmaps, you have to transfer it yourself. So usually I just, where's my USB? Yeah. I make subfolders for my bitmaps as well. So here, Jesus Christ. Here's my bitmaps tab. I have just a few. I've spent just a little bit of time. Some of these are I just downloaded from the Facebook page, like these ones. Because these were nice. I don't use them that much anymore, but they're nice. You could, probably. Maybe not for Prism, but for Frost, definitely. Well, actually, let me just check. Oh, shit, that's not what I wanted to do. I mean, what do you mean when you say prism? Do you mean like put the prism in? Like activate the prism? Do you mean like start spinning it or something? Because you could definitely do that. It would have to be a custom thing, but you could do it. Actually, it might not even have to be a custom thing. If you just add effects, any attribute, yeah, probably don't even need it. Damp, and then oh, that's the only thing. Oh, no, never mind. There's a prism thing. Yep, you could do it. Actually, I think I've seen that effect done before by a really good LD called Jefferson Waffle. He's the LD for Umphreys McGee. Yeah, you should be able to. I'm not gonna try that just because it's probably gonna murder my PC, but oh boy. There we go. Now I have to turn off that effect. There we go. What's Rainbow Bit? Oh, that's Rainbow Bitmap. Oh, it looks so nice. Yeah. Yes, you could do that. I don't even know if my symmetrical thing is proper. Let's just test that out real quick. Oh, it is. Kind of. There you go. If you change you can change the direction to, there you go. Yep, looks like it works. Although to be sure, I have to bring all these out to straight 45. Oh lordy, let's bring that down to B mode. One thing I would suggest if you're using a visualizer like Capture, and I suggest you do that because I mean the Magic Q visualizer, actually it's gotten better. Apparently they've added prisms and stuff like that, which is really cool. Wish they would add split colors and stuff. Anyways, but you know, the Capture visualizer is second to none. So if you're working with it, you can get the student version, and that's what I've been doing forever, because getting a real license would be expensive. So I've just been using the student version as much as possible, and the only downfall with the student version is that it has a limited library. Oh yeah, if you don't have like okay, I'll see. Yeah, good idea. Do these even have, because these are beams. Let's see, any attribute should be like a ramp, right? Why does that say damp? That's a ramp. Yeah, let's do that. And then prism. Nope. Oh, wait. Oh, I can't see it because there's no gobos on. Let me put this baby on. And then let's do spots. This is not a symmetrical selection for this group. I'm just going to see if it actually works. Ramp. Where is it? Oh yeah, because this doesn't have an integrated thing. Alright, let's test this one then. Let's bring the iris open a little bit. There we go. Okay. Ramp, prism. 1 second. You should be able to do it between 2 palettes. Yeah, actually that would look cool. You are correct with that. Oh wait, no, that's not what I wanted to do. I might have to make my own for this to work. But let's see. To focus? Ooh, actually, this might be the thing. Oh man, I have a lot of beam palettes. Where on earth did I put? Zoom iris. Prism. I can't tell if it's working right now. Alright, so what I've done is, You're definitely able to do it, I know that. Let's try this. Oh wait, only a few fixtures actually have Prism 2. Okay, step one. Let's see which fixtures actually have, okay, these fixtures have it, okay. So we're going from 49 to 50. Here, I'll just show that. So these fixtures have it, as you can see there. So what we're going to do, I have a symmetrical selection for these spots. We're going to go do this. Prism open and prism on. Alright, that's not working. Might be the fade. Nope. Oh man. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Actually, I think I have the custom effect perfect for this. Sweet. Have a good night, my dude. Yeah, I'll keep trying to figure this out. So, because it's not a bad idea, actually. Oh, so okay, you know what? I think I know how to do it. I just have to copy. Oh, that's a pain in the ass. All right. Okay, first I have to add effects, user, wheel effects. Just do that. And then I can, no, edit effects. Let's save as, let's do yep. Alright, this should work. Yep. Alright, that should work. Just gonna save that effect. Oh. Yeah, I'll figure it out. Failed to add effect. That's new. It should be possible. Because literally, all you have to do is just set it so that the high value is like open prism and the low value is closed prism. Oh, it's 2 beam. Man, that is a really good question. Because you should just be able to... Nope. You should just be able to... Wait a minute. Why is there a little thing on it? That's my question. Alright, let's test this. Let's go virus to circle. Okay, so that's not working. Man, that's a really good idea, because if you can do that, if you can do an effect between a prism and another prism, or if you can do a beam effect, basically, then you can also do effects between gobos, and that would be cool. Alright, Google time. Yeah, actually, never mind. Let's just figure it out. So, it's probably something to do. I don't even know what this window's for. Like, Jesus. Okay, maybe I have to. It's been a while since I've made custom effects. Let's try this. Boop, boop. And then we'll just skip, clear that edit effect, and there we go. But you know what? You know what? Let's choose another effect. Let's choose this. There we go. Okay. What's wrong with this? It's absolute. Yep. Let's just do that. Let's see if that works. Snap. Yeah, you know what? That's a good icon. Ah. Use effects palettes. Don't know what that means. Okay. Oh, that's why. There we go. That's why. Okay, the only problem with this is I have no idea what value that is. Okay, my prism is on Gobo 3. Because these are VL 3000s, I think? Maybe? Yeah, we'll just go with that. Gobo 3. There is no Gobo 3. Wonderful. Oh, there is. Gobo 3. I'm just blind. Alright. Save. That should work. Please work. There we go. It looks like it's gonna work. Yeah, it does work. Nice. Fixed it. It's working. You know what? That's really cool, actually. Good idea. I'm definitely gonna steal that. Wait, is this? Oh, there we go. Kind of hard to tell. Let's up the speed, I guess. Well, that doesn't really do anything. Oh, I just have to change the direction. I'm an idiot. And I have to make it 2. I can't tell. Time to make a new selection of groups. And this is why this window is so useful. Look at this. I can just go poop, poop, do, 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 do. I probably have to relearn how to make symmetrical groups, but for now, sim test spot. There we go. I'm just going to take this, add an effect user, prism effect, open, and they're on. There we go. And we're just going to change that. Wait, what? Oh. Wait a minute, are you telling me I don't even need a symmetrical select? What? Am I just an idiot? I might be. That's right, because they added a new thing. Let's do that. It used to be that you had to make a symmetrical selection for everything. Because they didn't have these two features right here. Yeah, I am just an idiot. It's kind of weird. Oh, it's the spread probably, maybe. The width? It's a kind of weird looking effect. Cool. Neat. That works. Oh boy. The hell? Interference. Alright, cool. I'm going to record that. Do I need a section for beam effects now? God damn it, Jack. I don't have space for this. This is cool, but like... I guess I could. Well, I do need that. I guess I could fit it in here somewhere. Yeah. Nope, nope, don't activate that. You know, go to the tap to time as well. Actually, no, I'll probably just put a button in here. Oh, yes, I had a bunch of questions. Someone asked me a bunch of questions on Mondays. Actually, I have no idea what day that was. Was it Sunday when I streamed last? I don't know. I had a bunch of questions, so I'm going to answer those right now. I'm also going to answer them during the official stream, but, you know. Anyways, let's see. What's funny is I'm probably still going to be streaming by the time Jack comes back. Right. I had a bunch of questions. Or one question that had lots of... Okay. What mode are you running the show? Alright. I have played around with the mode that lets you... Wait, is this... Yeah. Here we go. This is what he means. No. I don't make them reset to default, only the intensities. That's for programming purposes. But it's just... it doesn't really work really well, because it interrupts the flow. Man, that sounds super hippie-y. The flow, man. But the reason why I don't have everything reset to defaults is because, wait a minute, heads without intensity only. What? Oh yeah, it's because everything is being used. Well, keyboard shortcuts. Okay, there's two answers to that. I make my own because that's what you had to do in the older versions. And when I say older, I mean like a month ago. In new versions, there's a new thing. They've added some new stuff. One sec. Let me just check the manual real quick. Because usually they used to have a few built-in keyboard shortcuts, but they would only go to certain windows, and you would have to hold control to get them. And they still work. You have to go over to setup, and then pretty sure it's keypad and coders. Here we go, yeah. And this is for the newest version, this one right here, 1.8.2.7. I haven't been able to kind of look into what these different ones are. I know some of these are old, like this one's old, and actually most of these are pretty old, but this one's new. Basically what it means is there's in the manual there is, oh man, I don't even know where that is anymore. Never mind, found it. Let me just see if that's the proper thing. Yeah, there we go. Chamsys keyboard shortcuts. There should be a little... Somewhere there should be a... No? Huh. That's interesting. Well, there's still the images for them. Alright, I'll just bring up this picture here. Yeah, you can check the manual for it, but I just make my own because they're much more specific. They do a lot of things. Finally, someone asked me about my macros. Alright, let me explain my system. I have lots of macros. You don't really need this many. Actually, I mean, it makes things a lot faster. Like when I'm programming, you can hear my keyboard because it's super loud, but you can hear me just hitting all these keys and just doing the actions, right? And I can just do it. I can just program ridiculously fast because everything is in my muscle memory right now. So if I want to copy something, pretty simple. I just hit C, and it'll activate the copy button. So instead of, it's really simple. It's not that complicated. The only thing it does is it just activates functions over here. There's some more complicated macros that I have. I'll explain those in a bit. So if you just want like some basic macros, you don't want to get too complex into it, you can just have your normal keyboard stuff for functions, and you can use the control button to go to different windows. I've gone a step further and for my windows, and I'll explain that in a bit. But here you go. You can see these are the macros right here. These are my main ones. There's a lot more here, as you can see. These just aren't assigned to anything. I keep them here for other uses. Like this section right here is mostly for theater stuff, and right now they're all unassigned. As you can see right here, it'll say that if it's assigned to something, it'll say assigned to, and then whatever it's assigned to. So you can see that. Oh wait, what? Oh yeah, this one's assigned to. This macro right here is assigned to that symbol right there. I'll explain why it's assigned to that one in a bit. But yeah, here you can see like my clear button is assigned to the button that is to the left of 1. And I always have my hand there, so I'm always hitting that button because I clear the programmer a lot. And then it's really, really simple, really. There's a bunch of built-in macros that you can use. So like the common ones like set for renaming things, renaming things, include, update, stuff like that. All that is, they have built-in ones. But for some more complex ones, you have to make them yourself, and it's really not that hard. Because what you're doing is you're just recording a sequence of key presses or function presses to do a certain thing. So actually, I think record merge is also a built-in one. Yeah, it is. But for example, let's see. I think set icon is a custom one I made. It might be built in. I don't think it is though. But anyways, where can I find a good example of a custom one? Oh, this one right here, this one. So when I do theater, I usually put, oh, I'm an idiot, sorry. Thanks for telling me. Man, sorry. I guess we'll just bring this down. Right, macro window, okay. So, yes, here's my main ones right here. These are, man, what a lisp. I've kind of organized them in different areas. It kind of looks like chaos, but it's organized chaos. So at the top, these first 10, the reason these are here is because if you hit right here, it'll bring up the quick macro tab, and you can, you know, use them. So I have like stuff like save show, save settings, reload multi, stuff like that. Reload multi is to reload your screens. So if you go from different setup quite a lot, like I do, it's really useful. But all of this stuff just, it happens on, the macros do it automatically, but it's just stuff you would normally do instead of, like save show. Instead of having to go over to setup and then save show and then having to press enter and yes and all that, this macro does all of that automatically. So I'll explain this macro here right now. So the way macros work is this literally just a sequence of button presses that you can record. And so to record one, you hit start macro. I'll show you the save show one right now. I might not get it the first time though. Fair warning. So to start a macro, you just hit start macro, and then you kind of have to know what button presses you need to do to get to the function you want to do. So I know that if I want to save my show, I have to go to setup, and just in case I was in any of these other tabs here, I'm going to hit view settings, and then I'm going to hit save show. And I'm not going to push this button here. I'm going to push enter. And then I'm going to actually, yeah, I'm going to hit close. And then I can end the macro. And now you can see all of that has been recorded here. This right here is the time it was recorded in. Usually, if I go into here, if I go into this macro, you'll see I'll set the times manually to be really, really ridiculously quick, because it's just a precaution, because you can set different timing modes. I have mine set to immediate, so these times in here won't make a difference. It'll just happen as fast as it can. But you know, it's just a precaution in case, you know, one day I have to do a show where I have to use like external timecode or something like that, right? So that way, even if I'm in a different mode, these macros will still go super fast. So to change the time for these, you literally just type in the time to do it, and that's it. So usually I'll just, you know, set these to, there is a little glitch, I don't know if it's been fixed or not, where if you have all of yours at the same time, the sequence can get a bit messed up. I don't know if that's been fixed, but you know, again, precautions. So if I go into this macro here, you'll see it goes up to 0.11 seconds. And that's still ridiculously fast. It's just in case, so that this sequence of commands happens in order. So if I go down to the macro we just recorded, you'll see these right here, this right here is the action, right? So this recorded the press down, and then it also recorded the release of that button, of the setup button, right? And there's a way you can kind of manipulate these to make extra flash buttons. I'll explain these in a bit. But as you can see, this does everything I just did. And if I hit this macro, it should autosave the show. Yes, exactly, there you go. You see show saved, there you go. And what you can do is you can assign that to an extra key if you want. That way, if you want to save the show really quick, you can just, you know, I have it set to, I have some macro keys on my keyboard, some extra keys, because it's a fancy keyboard, it's got some extra keys. So I have that assigned to one of my macro keys. And the reason it's assigned to this right here is because I have a auto hotkey script running in the background when I program it. I'll explain that again in a bit, because that is a little bit more advanced. It's not too much more advanced. It does take a bit of time to set up, but it's well worth it in my opinion. Anyways, that's what these macros do. Like, pretty self-evident. This is reset. It'll just restart the console, shut down. And these are useful because if I'm on a console like an MQ60 or 80 or whatever, and I want to real quick restart the console or whatever, or, you know, back up or whatever, I can just hit this tab here, bring up the quick macros, and select these. I can also put these buttons on an execute screen. I don't know if I've set that up in this show file. I think I have. Yeah. So here I have a window specifically for just kind of console commands. As you can see, I don't use this often because it's honestly, it's pretty, it just looks cool. It looks nice. It's the only reason I have it here. But you know, I can lock the board from here and just have it sit there like this if I'm going away to go to the bathroom or whatever, and I don't want anyone messing with the show file. I also have a few kind of specific settings for programming, so I can quickly change the style of programming. So if I want to turn all of my macros off, I can do that here. If I want to change my grandmaster to act as the grandmaster, or have it act as QStack1, I can do that. So if for some reason I want my grandmaster to actually act as a grandmaster, I can change that here. And if I for some reason want to go back to have it control QStack1, I can do that here. I can explain how you do that. It's not with macros. This is a special setting. It's in assign special. So you just assign special and then set up options, and it'll bring up this huge thing full of options, and you can just do that. Really useful. Actually, here we go. Yeah, here was my attempt to make a touchscreen only programmer, if that makes sense. I wanted to be able to, you know, adjust all of my stuff, fix everything or program from a touchscreen. You don't have to use any keys, but it never panned out because it was just useless. Because I'm already so used to using the keyboard and stuff. Anyways, right. So these ones right here are just your basic functions, right? These are the functions I use the most, and yeah, I'm so used to using these macros that when I'm actually at a console like an MQ60 or an 80, I have a little bit of trouble finding the keys I'm looking for because I'm not used to using this. I barely look at this anymore. I just use my keys. It's just a second thought now, and it just cuts down on so much time. It saves you so much time to because then if you're programming, you're trying to go quick, you don't have to go all the way down here to clear the programmer, or if you want to record, you don't have to go down here and make sure your mouse is on it. You can just hit the button and there you go. And so these ones are built in. You can just hit inbuilt macros and there's a list of them right here. And to assign them to a key, it's really, really simple. So let's do a record button. Now to actually do this, I have to unassign this one. Whoa, what? That's new. Anyways, so here's a record button right here. If I want to assign it to a specific key, let's say I want to assign this record function to my R key, for record. You just hit assign macro, and then whatever key you want to assign it to. So I'm going to assign it to R, and there you go. So when I hit R, it's going to activate this macro. You can't see. Usually it'll show up if you, oh, I broke it. Oh, what did I break? Oh, I started recording a macro, okay. Whoops. There we go. There we go, fixed. But sometimes you'll see when you hit that macro, the macro will turn red for a second, but it goes so fast, usually you can't see it. So there you go, you can sometimes see my clear button turn red. Oh, thank you, Bitdefender. Yeah, see, sometimes it turns red, but the timing is so fast that, so yeah, you can assign all of these, and the way I have them set up, oh man, I should really set up a graphic for my macros to kind of better explain. But I have all of my macros based on my left hand. They're in the left area of the keyboard. So if I want to record merge into a queue or update an effect, I just hit W and it'll activate record merge. And that's really, really useful if you're in a hurry and trying to update a million effects. You can just include. So I also have the include button set to Z on my keyboard. So I can just hit include and then include a playback. So for example, if I'm trying to update these effects right here, all I have to do is manually update this one right here, the forward one. And since these are all the same effect, there's just different directions. All I have to do is include this, go to the programmer, change the direction to backwards, and then I can record merge into this one, and then I can do that for the rest of these. And so now I've only manually recorded one cue, or one effect in one cue stack, right? But now I can duplicate that for all these other directions. So oh yeah, I don't have a button for programmer yet. Actually, I don't know what direction's the next one. But yeah, I can change the direction, boom, fix that, include that, go back to the programmer, center out. There we go. Go back to the programmer. Where's odd even? There we go. Even odd. Oh, damn it. Messed up. Alright, oh well. I can just clear out. Go even odd again. Record merge. And there you go. Now all of these effects are updated in 20 seconds. kind of self-evident of how useful these are. And so the way you assign these to your keyboard is up to you. Just assign it to whatever makes sense to you. Eventually, it'll just be, you won't even think about it. Like I said, I don't even think about hitting these keys when I'm programming, because it's just muscle memory. It's like when you're typing at a keyboard, you're not thinking of typing specific keys. You're not like, if you're trying to say hello, you're not thinking HELLO. You're just doing it, right? So, time for some of the more complex ones. These ones right here. So you can see none of these are assigned to anything. Oh wait, these layouts are, but the rest of them aren't. You can see, oh wait, okay, a few of them are assigned to things, but most of them aren't assigned to anything. I actually don't know why. Oh yeah, I know why I did that. That's because these macros here aren't being triggered by anything. They're not doing anything in the show file. They're literally just here, so that actually I don't know why I have them there. It's mostly just to remember the layout of how I've set it up, because these right here go on my F1 to F12 keys. Actually, before I do that, I'm really curious, have they nope. Oh wait, that's right, okay. One sec, I have to disable this to actually make it work. Alright, yes. If I try to assign this macro to F1, it won't work. You can see I'm hitting the F1 key, it's not assigning it, right? Oh, lordy. There you go. So, my way around this, because what I wanted to do is I wanted an easy way to switch between all of my different layouts. So that's why whenever I'm streaming and programming and I go to oh wait, my script's not on, and I go to lordy, now I have to fix all this. All right, and I go to like my layout 1, you don't actually see me go down here and hit layout 1. I'm just hitting these keys. Now this may be a little bit much work to do. I mean, I should share the script if you'd like, but because then you could just put it on your desktop and make it run, and you know, bada bing, bada boom. But it's really, really simple. So I'm just going to go over to my desktop, and here we go. This is it, applications.ahk. And that's AutoHotkey. AutoHotkey is a program that lets you program different specific keyboard macros to do specific things. So if I go and actually, I should be able to open this with this. I'm not a programmer. This is something else. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna open up. Here we go. Here we go. Now here is the script. It looks like much. It's not. It's really simple. Really, it's just a little bit of time on Chrome, looking at forums to figure out what does what. Because this program, AutoHotkey, has specific. It's kind of like a specific language, but not really. That lets you assign do different things. And they have a huge Wikipedia manual on everything that's super useful. I can link it in the chat if you'd like. Anyways, so as you can see over here, these are a bunch of keyboard macros I use when I'm not programming. Or, I mean, it's still active because this script, it should be activated. Yes, it's running right now. But these let me auto tab to any specific tab I want to. So if I want to quickly tab to Chrome, I can hit Alt-C, and that's what this is. Instead of having to do Alt-Tab, Alt-Tab, Alt-Tab to get to Chrome, I can just hit Alt-C and it goes to Chrome automatically. If I want to go to Chamsys, if I'm like tabbing between Chrome to look at the manual and Magic Q to program, what I've done is I've made it so that Alt Q goes to Chamsys, Magic Q. So if I hit Alt Q right now, you see it goes to this. It goes to it goes to Magic Q. Now I won't explain the really specifics of this because this isn't what runs the layout view, the window keys. Let's see, where is that? Oh yeah, I also have it so that if I hit Alt S, it opens Snipping Tool, which is ridiculously useful. Anyways, so this right here is my Magic Q section, and this right here, this command right here, makes it so that these commands only work if the Magic Q window is active. That means if I go into Chrome or any other program and I hit F1, this doesn't happen. It only happens when I'm in Magic Q. Now there's a good reason for that. If I hit, so here's the command for layout 1. So when the F1 key is pressed, it sends this character right here to Chamsys. And you can see, if I go over to my macros page, layout 1 is assigned to that character. So when I hit F1, it's not registering as an F1, it's registering as this backlash right here. Because that is something you can assign to a macro in Chamsys, right? So it's really just tricking Chamsys into, I don't know, it's just tricking Chamsys into thinking it's, into thinking you're hitting the backslash key, but actually you're just hitting the F1 key. And so you can see the first two layout views are like that. They're specific keys. So it's kind of hard to see, but this right here is like a square bracket. If I go over to my macros page and go to layout 2, you'll see it's a square bracket. Does that make sense? If it doesn't, please tell me and I'll try to explain a little bit better. Now this right here is the rest of my windows. And they're not specific keys. They're shortcuts Chamsys already has for Windows. Because you can hit, if you go in Chamsys, you can hit Control W and it'll go to like your QStack store, right? You don't need any macros for that, it's built in. But, so basically that's exactly what these other keys do, is when I hit F3, it's just doing Control W in Chamsys. And that's basically what the rest of these are. So like, if you do Control G, it'll open up your groups window. And so what I've done is like my F5 to F8 key are all my like windows. So F5 is groups, F6 is color, F7 is beam, and F8 is position. And so if like I'm programming and I need to like really quick just select a group, I can just hit that key. I can hit F5 and it just brings up the group tab. So sweet. Yeah, so that's all of these. I can share this script if you want. If you'd like, it should work on any computer. But yeah. And it's also really useful when you're programming on just a laptop and like you're programming with a PC wing, because then you have access to all of the windows from your keyboard. Because I mean, most laptops have the F1 to F12 keys as well. So yeah, that's macros. Oh yes, these right here. Oof. Right, so these macros are very specific and they're for a very specific workaround. When I was doing my last show in high school, I wanted more buttons, more flash buttons, because I had already filled up these 20 flash buttons. Because if you don't know already, you can change the play and pause buttons to flash buttons, and it'll just it'll turn execute window 1 into the flash button thing. If you don't know that, I'll explain more, but I'm pretty sure most people know that by now. So my last show in high school, I had already filled up all of my 20 buttons. And so I wanted more because I had some more stuff. I wanted to put some color swipes. I wanted to add buttons for color swipes. And so what I found is if you go over to the, oh man, I have to restart Magic Q after this. Anyways, because I've realized the MQ500 has, I think it has extra flash buttons, 15 extra flash buttons, right? Because it has the 15 playbacks, and then above those playbacks, there's another 15 flash buttons. So I thought, well, okay, what if, which window is it? Ah, it's this one, that's right. Right, so that's what these are right here. These flash buttons right here, that's what they are. So what I did is I recorded, for each button, I recorded 2 macros. That's what there's 2 versions of this workaround. But one of them doesn't really one of them works better than the other, and it's this one right here. And it's a lot of macros, but it's really, really, really simple. Well, I mean, the first bit is simple. The other bit is not so simple. And so what I did is I just recorded a macro, right? Let's start a macro, record that, and macro. So you can see here. Actually, wait a minute, it didn't even activate it. Sometimes you have to hold it. Yeah, there you go. So here you can see it registered a wing flash 6 pressed and a release, right? And as I explained before, this is one button, right? But it's registering its press down and its release. So what I did is I recorded 2 macros for each button. One that presses it down, you can see here. This is for wing flash 1, it presses it down. And one for the release. You can see here, it releases it, right? And what I did from, how I went from there is, do I even have them? Yeah, I have them somewhere. I made 4 auto hotkey scripts. And with these scripts, I could turn my F1 to F12 keys into extra flash buttons. The only problem is that you have to set it up before the show, because you have to reassign all the macros. Let me just find it. Should be in here somewhere. Yes, here we go. So I have, you can see there's 4 of these. I mean, there's 2 versions of it, but there's 4 of them. You see 1, 2, 3, 4. The reason there's 4 of them is because AutoHotkey can only detect one script of AutoHotkey can only detect 1 key pressed at a time. And I was mashing these buttons, right? So I have 4 of them. That way I can press down 4 buttons at the same time. So if I go and where's open? I guess this is it. Oh no, it just started the key. Damn it. I just wanna, oh, that's because that's the application. Here we go. Yeah. Alright, we'll just open it with Notepad. Here we go. Okay, so this script, here's the bit, and this is how it works. It sends 2 keys. So for the F1, the flash button F1, or turn, oh crap, just opened an extra thing in Chrome. Anyways, so to turn F1 into a flash button, you need 2 things. So the first thing that script does is it sends a capital P to Chamsys. And what I'll do is, you know what, I'll just demonstrate it right now. So capital P, there you go. Now this flash 1 is assigned to, actually wait, I have to, damn it, that's right. Because there's specific, some of these don't work. Because they're, I don't really know what they are, but anyways, 15, all right, you know what, let's just do that. So if I assign macro to capital P, there we go, and now the one below it the release for it, I'm going to assign it to just a normal P. Oh, I probably have that already assigned to something. Yep, key already has an assigned macro. Alright, well now we have to go find that macro somewhere. It's probably the patch window. Yep. Alright, here we go. So now I'm going to assign this to P. There we go. Now, what's going to happen is when F1 is pressed, it's going to send a capital P. And it's going to wait until F1 is released to send the small p. That way you can press the button down and it won't trigger this one until you release it. So let's test that out. Oh, I'm going to have to turn off my other script. Oh, where is it? There we go. I should probably clean these 4 scripts up a bit. I could also share these as well. Right, I have to activate that. There you go. You can see it's running there. And now if I hit F1, oh, what? Oh. What? That's interesting. Something's up. Let's see. See, that's what I mean with this. Is it's a bit jittery. It's probably because I have to go back to normal mode. Oh, great. Right, I'm just gonna restart this. Reset. And there's the macros again. Super useful. Because there's still that graphical glitch when you switch between MQ500 mode and normal Chamsys mode. Anyways, here we go. Okay, that should work. Now, all I have to do now is, oh, board. Bloody hell. We have to put a playback on, I think it's this one. Or actually, it might be that one. So, let's see, what should we put there? Let's just copy that one. There we go. There you go, now you can see, there you go. When I push F1, it activates this, and it works. Like, so I can kind of, it's really tedious to do, but if I really, really want to test some buttons out and see how they feel, how they work out, I can just set this up and see how it works. Because one of the reasons I made this system is because I wanted to see how I would work with color flashes and stuff like that, and how useful, or how effective it would be to have it in a row of keys, and just getting used to it and testing it out to make sure I can actually do it on the buttons. And so yeah, that's how it works. It's really, really cool. I wish they would just make it built in, but whatever, man. I'm surprised it still works because I've talked about this one a few times. Cool. I guess it's because, if you're willing to go through all this work to just get 12 extra flash buttons, you kind of deserve it. Plus, like I said, the problem with this is, you kind of have to have them unassigned unless you want to actually use them. Because if you have them assigned, then you can't really type names or anything, because they take up a lot of keys. Like if I go back to the script here, which I closed, of course. If I go back to the script, you'll see they all take up normal letters because Chamsys can't natively read anything that's not normal characters. So you can't use these characters if you have the system going on, which is a problem because then you can't, title things. That's why if you look at my show file, everything is in all caps because I have so many macros assigned to normal keys that, so if I try to name something that has an R in it, oh wait a minute, I should probably, there you go. If I try to name something that has an R in it, it'll activate, so let's, oh crap. See, that's the other thing, it messes up with the window selection, so if I try to hit F1 to go to my layout one, I can't do that anymore. Actually, but you can see it. I'll hold down, there you go. So I'm holding down F1, it's only capital P, but when I release it, you'll see the small p. Hopefully that makes sense. If it doesn't make sense, please tell me. If it does, also please tell me, that way I actually know. But yeah, let's try and name something. So I'll just record a random group, and let's say I want to call it, actually no, I'm gonna record, let's try to, right, let's say I want to name this palette red, right? I can't hit the undercase R, because if I do, it activates the record macro. So my workaround for that is I just hold shift when I'm naming anything, and then I can do it. Or you can just use this right here, because this won't trigger the macros, as you can see. So that's pretty much the only downside to having macros like these, is you have to put everything in caps, but it's not that big of a deal. Alright, that's pretty much it for the macros, I think. I could go over QStack macros if you'd like, because I have some pretty good ones. Or I have a pretty good understanding of keyboard macros. Or not keyboard macros, I mean, yeah, keyboard macros, but QStack macros. Yes. So yeah, there's a few of these that are just there. If I want to change it, I think. What do I have? I have to look at my script. I have max. I think I have. Yeah. So I have it so that my tab button maxes out a window, which is pretty useful. I don't use it that much, but it's pretty useful. Especially if I have a setup where, I have like an execute page here, my outputs here. Oh my god, I'm an idiot, sorry. Thanks. How much did I miss? Anyways. Alright, let me show you. Right. Right. So if I want to record a color palette and name it red, the problem is if I hit red on my R on my keyboard, it'll activate the record macro. I wish they would fix this. I wish they would make it so when you're titling something or naming something, it wouldn't activate macros. It would just disable macros. But they might have. I know they've done some stuff to the keyboards, to the keyboard stuff. I'd have to check the manual because I've missed a lot. So the workaround for that, and yes, I am hitting set when I'm doing this. I have set the set button assigned to S because naming things happens a lot, right, when you're programming. So I just have it set to S, and so the way around it, so it doesn't trigger the macro, is you can just you can either hold shift and just name it in all caps, or you can just use the on-screen keyboard to do it, and that would work too. All right, QStack macros. They're fun. They're really fun. You can do some pretty cool stuff with them. Oh yeah, the max button. That's right. Just real quick, right? So if I'm programming something and I have some split screen stuff going on like this, and I want to just like full screen a window real quick, I can just hit tab and it'll max it because I have that assigned in my macros. Or it's part of my script. Anyways. Yes. It was a pain when I first started doing these macros, having all these macros, but I'm just used to it. Like that's why everything, like all my positions are in all caps, and everything is just in all caps. My colors aren't, because I'm kind of picky about that. I mean, this one is because it's a new one, but you'll see anything new that I record is in all caps, which is fine by me. Alright, QStack macros. Let me just, there you go. That was my autosave macro. And you can actually see it do its work really quick. It goes to the sub screen, hits enter a million times, bada bing, bada boom. Alright. Oh man. Where do I have? I guess I'll, oh my god, I keep hitting the autosave button. Alright. I'll start with this show file. And I'll show you the more complex one, or the first thing I did with really the first thing I did with programming, which was a big color picker that only used QStacks and was all QStack macros. Anyways, so let's go to QStack screen. Okay, so when you're working with QStack macros, I highly recommend you have the manual that has the list of all the QStack macros open. Oh yeah, exactly. Like, if it means I just have to put everything in all caps, that's, not a big deal, considering how much time I don't know, how much time I make up, I guess, or how fast it is. I don't know. Anyways, so here's a good example of QStack macros in action. I'll show this in a bit. I'll just explain the basics. Let's record a queue. Now, QStack macros are for very, very specific things. And they're mostly for activating and deactivating things. Now, see, like I said, even I'm going to go over and open the QStack macros, the page for QStack macros in the manual, just because I don't remember off the top of my head. I remember the main ones I use. Like, I know that E is activate, F is deactivate, A is activate playback at a level, stuff like that. But here, I'll just paste the link to that in the chat. There you go. You just have to scroll down, and then there'll be a table full of all the QStack macros. All right, so there's a few different ways that I use QStack macros. Mostly, I just have empty QStacks that their only purpose is to have QStack macros to do other things, like these ones. The only things in these have values in them. These are all my Hazer. This is all my Hazer control, but these are all empty. There's no values in here for anything. They're just here for macros. You'll see if I go and view the queue, there's nothing in this queue. The only reason it's here is so that I can have this QStack macro here. Alright, so QStack macros. To put them in, you just view stack. Alright, what's the button? Yeah, view QStack, and it's in one of the tabs here. You can see macro right here. So let's do a basic one. Let's activate a specific playback here. Now to do that, every macro starts with a letter, and every letter has a different command, if that makes sense. So let's say I want to activate, and these are all for playbacks, right? let's activate playback 10. So so it's A, so that's activate, and then the number of the playback you want to activate. So let's just do that, A10. So when I activate this queue stack, you see, it activates this playback right here. You can use it for a variety of different things. I don't use it, I use macros for behind the scenes stuff, if that makes sense. Usually my macros don't interact, my queue stack macros don't interact with any of my live playbacks, except if I'm doing like a play or a musical or something like that and I want to go to a specific queue or something like that, then yeah. I wonder if I have I'll find it in a bit. I have 2 show files that I have to find. Actually, first let me check this one to see. If it's here, then it's going to be all the way down here. Nope. Alright, let's go find it. Actually, I'll find it later. Let's see, EDM, a lot of lights. You can kind of guess why I named this one EDM, a lot of lights. Because it's EDM and there's lots of lights. Right. So, let's go back to the queue stack page. And where's the, here we are. Alright, so that's that. If I want to activate this playback at a specific level, let's just record this again, then you can hit A, oh crap, you can hit A, 10, and then slash, and then whatever percentage you want. So if I want to activate playback 10 at 50%, then it's A10 slash 50. You can't really see it, but if I go to the outputs page, then here you go. You can see these are now at 50%. And one thing to note is that it won't do anything. When you release this queue stack, it won't do anything to this. You need to, it's kind of like computer language. You need to actually, you know, make it release. So if you want to activate it, actually it won't do that. Because if you put an activate function in this macro, and then you also put a release function that releases the exact same thing, it's not going to do anything. It might actually just crash Magic Queue. Let's test that. Okay, so release playback is R. So let's release playback 10. So either it's going to crash it, or it's not going to do anything. Yeah, so it released it. So that's the problem, right? Is you can actually set it so that when this queue stack is released, it activates the last queue, and then you can have it release. That should work. Let's test that out. Don't quote me on it. I'm not 100% if it. Oh yeah, they fixed. Yeah, you can actually edit things now. So let's test this. Release 10, and what we're going to do is going to go into View Options, Activate Release. There you go. Release executes last step. So that this might work. I don't know if it will. So when it's activated, yeah, there you go, it works. So when you activate this queue stack, it activates the first queue, right? And when you release it, it executes the last one, which is release. That makes sense? All good, I'll move on. There's a little bit of delay in the stream. So I'll just wait a bit. But yeah, so you can make, so obviously none of these queues have anything in them. They're just here for queue stack macros. So you can have queue stacks that are just there to execute certain commands or functions, if that makes sense. That's what these are. I'll explain those now. Or actually, is there anything more important I should explain? That's the basics of how macros work. I'm not going to go through every single type of macro, because you can just check the chart that has every single macro and what they do. and it's really, really, really helpful. Whenever I'm working with QSAC macros, I always have the manual up on that page so that I can just see, what the syntax is. I'm just gonna move my microphone a little bit. There we go. And you can do a lot of stuff with these. You can make it change pages for playbacks, which is kind of useful if you're the kind of person who likes paging around in playbacks, in pages. So like, I know some old school people like to have a page full of like certain looks. Like they'll have a page for hot looks, a page for cold looks, stuff like that. If you're into that sort of thing, and you want to be able to change those pages off of like your execute screen, you can record a bunch of macros, right? And let's just call this page 1, and we'll call this page 2, and this will just be P3. So you can, I'm pretty sure it's P. Yes. So you would just go to this macro, do P1, go to the next Q stack and do P2, and the last one, P3. So now these are, so P is the page and the number is the page number. And so now you'll see right here, this is the page I'm currently on. So if I go through these different ones, you'll see it's changing the page. Yeah. And you can put these on your execute window and solo them. You can solo them, and there you go. You can just switch through all of your pages like that. That way, you can keep track of what page you're on by looking at your execute screen. And because this is really small, right? If you're running a show, it's kind of hard to see this little number, it's P1, right? But if it's on your execute screen like this, and your execute screen is like this big, right? It's really easy to see, oh, I'm on page 1, right? I'm pretty sure you can also make it so that when you change the page manually like this, it can update this, maybe? Might be possible, I don't know. That would be really cool though. It'd be really, really cool. It should be possible. Who knows? It's really the QSAC macros let you kind of reverse engineer things and make your own features, if that makes sense. I'm just gonna delete that because I don't do that anymore. I tried it once to do the whole page thing. I mean, you can see it already. These are named differently. Like one is named main, one is rock, one is happy, one is mellow. But then I realized, I could just put it all on the touchscreen anyways. Because what I would do is I would have different looks on these different pages. But yeah, I don't like having to page around. That's why everything, like, the only reason I change pages is because I have one page here that has is for programming, and it's different intensity faders for specific things. So here I'll show you. This one is beams air. This is all of my beams that are in the air. Here's some beams that are on the ground, and these are the beams that are on the side. And this lets me, especially for positions and stuff like that, it just helps with programming because then you can, focus on specific types of fixtures or specific fixtures a little bit easier. Anyways, so where were we? Exactly. There you go. So now I'm going to explain this right here. This is my hey, no problem, man. No problem. So this system right here is a system I've had for quite a while now. I have it on pretty much all of my shows, and it's for my Hazer control. Now I have my Hazer control on my faders execute page, and they're right here. I'll actually talk a little bit about how I set up my Hazers right now. So usually I have these three. They'll always be here. Even if the show I'm working on only has one Hazer, it just means I don't need to use these ones. So yeah, that's that. Usually Hazers have fans, so that's why there's this. Although if it doesn't really matter, I just don't update it, And so you'll see these Q stacks right here, these two are the same. Because that way, the only difference is one of them is a fader, one of them is a button. That way, I can hit this button, it'll just go to full, right? So if I just want to turn on the Hazer and I don't really care what level I want to set it at, I can just hit the button and it'll go to full. Or if I just want to real quick turn it off, I can just hit the button. Even if it's at like 50%, I can hit the button and it'll turn off. So if like a Hazer's going crazy, putting smoke all over the place, I can just easily just hit the button and it'll turn off. Oh, I hit the 10 seconds button. So this 10 seconds button it came from not having enough time to come to this screen and set levels. Because when I'm doing EDM or rock and roll, you don't have a lot of time, right, to do different things. So most of the time when I'm running a show, I'm in these screens, the main page and the effects page, right? I don't really go to these windows that much. I'll only do it if I want like to add something specific to the show, or I have an idea like, oh, maybe I can just turn these lights to this specific color wheel. But my main ones are these ones right here, and I don't really want to have to go to the faders page if I don't need to. So that's what these buttons are. And well, I mean, if I need to go to the faders page, I don't want to have to stay there long. Like I don't want to have to spend time fiddling with these buttons to get the right setting. If I just want to, add a little bit of like a puff of smoke, if I just want to replenish the smoke in the room a little bit without having to mess around with the faders, I have these 10-second buttons. And they're kind of self-explanatory. When I hit the button, it'll turn on the Hazer for 10 seconds and then turn it off. So I can hit that I can hit that button and go back to my main page and continue doing what I'm doing. So like if I go back here, I can do whatever, and it's still going to be activated, and it's still going to deactivate itself. So let's just wait. There you go, it turned itself off. And these are really, really useful. Usually I also have a button called Blaze It that I have on my main page. And what it does is it just activates all three of these 10-second faders so that I can add more phase without even leaving the main page. I haven't added it yet, but it's pretty simple. So I'll explain how these buttons work right now. So for there's 2 Q stacks behind the scenes for these 10-second buttons. So you'll see I have 6 of them here because there's 3 Hazers, right? So there's 2 buttons for each Hazer. There's the button that's on the execute screen right here, and what it does is it activates 2 Q stacks. It activates this one right here, the one that actually has the Hazer intensity, and it activates the timer Q stack. So you can see here it activates I cannot talk today. The activate macro is E, and it only activates it only activates Q stacks, right? So this activates Q stack 194 and 101 or 181, sorry. So here we go. See, it activates Q stack 181 and 194. So if we go over to this 194 one, you can see right here. Hopefully I don't lose you with this, because this took me a little bit of time to figure out, because Chamsys isn't really supposed to be able to do this. I mean, it is, but it doesn't like it sometimes. The reason there's 3 Qs in here is because if there's only 2, like I don't need the 3rd Q. The only reason it's there is because if I don't have it there, Chamsys crashes. So yeah, I don't know why, but whatever. So the first Q has a 10-second fade. So when this Q stack is activated by the 10-second button, it activates this Q, and this Q will last for 10 seconds, right? And then when it's done, it'll move on to this Q, and this Q deactivates everything. So you can see it deactivates itself last. So you can see F is the release button or the release macro for Q stacks. The reason it's last, 194 is this one, right? So it's releasing itself. The reason it's last is if you put this macro first in line, it's going to release itself and stop. It's not going to continue in the line because it's released itself, if that makes sense. So like if you put it first, it'll release itself, and then it's released, so it's not going to go through the other two. That's why these are the first ones. So you can see here it releases 181 and 193. So you can see here it will release the Hazer Q stack, and it will release the 10-second button, and then it'll release itself. So if we hit this button, you can see it all happen in action. So when I hit this button, it's going to activate QStack 101 and QStack 194. There we go. If we go to this QStack, you can see it's counting down the 10 seconds, and then when it's done, it's going to go to this queue. You don't see it happen because it releases itself after it's done. So let's see it from here. So 10 seconds, we'll wait, and you'll see all three of these QStacks will deactivate themselves. Just have to wait. There you go. So that's that. It's pretty simple. It just takes a little bit of thinking to kind of figure it out. But it just kind of shows how powerful QStack macros can be. It just lets you do some crazy stuff. So you can see, that's what all of these do. Doesn't activate the fan because I don't want them to, because the fan usually I just set it at a very specific thing and just keep it there. So there you go. So let's make, while we're at it, before we continue, I should mention you can't move these. I mean, you can. The only thing is it won't work anymore. So if I move these to different Q stacks, it won't work, because these queues, these Q stack macros, are for specific Q stacks. So you can see it activates 194, right? So if I move this Q stack from 194, it won't work anymore, right? Because it will be trying to activate, it'll be activating something that's not there. It's like if I move this here, it's not going to work. But now it works when I put it back, right? So that's one thing to keep in mind, is with QStack macros, you can't change anything, which sucks. So these are always here, these never move. Now, let's move on. Let's make that blaze, I call it the Haze It button, the 420 Haze It button. Actually, I think I just call it the Haze It button. It's been a while. Haze It. Now what this button's going to do is it's just going to activate these three. Actually, I think I may have had, I think usually I have a specific timer for this. I'd have to check. But the basics is, it's just going to activate these three buttons right here. So the first one, 193. So let's just add that. So activate 193. And then we're going to add a plus. And then the next one is 195. Going to go back in here, and then 195, and then the next one, the last one is 197. All right, there we go. So we'll just add a plus, and then 197. So now when I hit this button, it's going to activate all three. And this is the button I'm going to put on my main page. The only thing now is it won't deactivate itself. Not that big of a it is kind of a big problem, because then you have to remember to deactivate it. And it's not a big deal, because if you deactivate it, it won't affect anything. That's why usually this thing has its own. Actually, I might just be able to add a 10-second fade to this, and then have it release itself. We'll see. See if it works. It might just crash the Chamsys. Nope. Didn't work. Oh, that's right, because we have to make it so that it Oh yeah, there's a specific setting I did for these, right? For these timers. Got to go over here, yeah. Oh, there isn't. What? Let's just see these. Huh. I thought there was. It might be, oh, that's right, it's the halt. If you want to replicate this, just keep in mind you have to set the halt on the second queue to no. Or else it won't work. So it's just, there we go. And just for good measure, actually, let's see if it crashes. Can't. No, let's go on and save first. There we go. All right, let's try it. Yeah. Oh, didn't work. Oh, it's not the right button. That's right. It's F to release it. You mean these? The colors down here? Or do you mean these ones? Like this? I'll just explain both actually. These ones, you just go into the it's a new feature in the latest. Actually, I don't know if it's the latest one. I'll just check real quick if it's the latest one. New features. Let's see. Oh yeah, page holdover mode. That sounds really cool. I have to check it out. Experiment with it. Let's see. What version is it? Oh yeah, they've improved the undo button. I have to test that out too, because it might be actually useful now. Let's see, color tags, that's right. So, as of version 1.8.2.1, you can add color tags to QStacks. So you just go to the QStack options. I think it's advanced maybe? Function? Yeah. And so view options for the QStack, and then function, and then down here you'll see color tag, and you can change the color. So if I change the color to see, now it's purple, right? What did I have it for? Cyan? Yeah. Now the reason the reason they are these colors is because that's the color I have for them in the patch. Oh, they're bitmaps. These are just bitmaps, yeah. I can explain bitmaps too if you want. So, like how this lights up. Is that what you mean? What was the problem with this? Oh yeah, this is the wrong. All right, let's see if it crashes. It doesn't. Nice, cool. All right, so now if I go over and hit this button, you can see it's activated all of these, and after 10 seconds, it'll deactivate itself. Boop. There we go. I'll assign this right now. Button bitmap. What's a good one? Magenta? Oh, I already have magenta. Let's save it. Oh, no, that's cleared program. Yes, it's two different images. You want me to explain bitmaps? Because I can explain bitmaps. Oh man, I'm gonna have to repeat myself during the actual tutorial stream. The reason I didn't title this stream as a tutorial is because everyone in Europe is sleeping. It's 10:30 where I'm living, 10:30 p.m. But over there it's like 4 a.m. So, yeah. Actually, I'll just show you all of my bitmaps. Bitmaps, there we go. So here, So I have lots, as you can see, I have just a few bitmaps, just a few. I had so many that I had to start making folders for them, for the different ones. And I don't know if they fixed it, but one of the glitches that would happen is if you had too many folders. So if you had like, you could only pretty much go one folder deep because of the name. So if you like, you couldn't really put a folder within a folder because it wouldn't be able to reference that image. It would just show you the name instead of the icon. Let's see if we can replicate that. What's one that I know doesn't work? I think, you know what? I think these gobos won't work. They shouldn't work. So let's do that. What's one I actually have? Oh man. Oh yeah, these are all of the bitmaps I made for the points. Yes. I have no life, man. But I just, for gobos especially, I like having big images. These ones don't have them right now. But yes, I like having big gobos. Oh, that's my beams page. What? Damn it. I'll show you an old show file in a bit that has all the gobos, all the bitmaps and stuff. But yes, I have lots of bitmaps for gobos and stuff because I like having the bigger images. Because you can see here, these are the stock ones, and you can't really see what the gobo looks like, right? And even if you put the icons in like big mode, they're still not that big. And that's why I like having these bitmaps, because I can then put it on these and it'll be real big, and it makes it easier when I'm running a show, because normally I won't read the name of it. I'll just, you know, see the icon and see what it looks like and go, oh, that's a cool one. Obviously for stuff like circle, it's kind of self-evident. I know what a circle is going to look like, but yeah. And usually some of the manufacturers for like the more high-end moving lights will have, they'll have pictures of the gobos online, and so you just have to edit them a little bit. Like for example, the VLs, the first moving lights I ever worked with, the VL2500s, Verilite actually uploaded versions of the gobos onto their website, and so I actually have them somewhere. Yeah, bitmaps. Where did I put them? I don't think, because I'm pretty sure I didn't put, oh yeah, here, gobos. So here's the original ones, right? Which I then took, and then, because these are all one, if that makes sense, right? And I need to change the background so that it would work with this show file, because I usually use the black layout for the windows, but if I go and change the window to oh nice, the black's now default. Thank you, Chamsys, I love you. If I change it to, oh man, I hate this one. Yeah, here we go. If I change it to this, you can see it doesn't really work with the white background. So that's why, because these have a white background, right? If I use these white ones on a black background, it'll just look terrible. So if I go and look at my actual bitmaps for those gobos, you'll see there's a black background and there's a red background. The black one is for when it's deactivated, the red one is for it when it is activated. So, you know, here, let's assign a gobo. Breakup 1, button bitmap, gobos. And the reason I have more folders is just so I can organize it, because I have so many bitmaps that if I all had them in the main folder, it would just be impossible to find my way around. So this is pebbles. So let's find that. So if you don't already know how to assign a bitmap, here, you select what you want to put a bitmap on. So I want to put a bitmap on this palette right here. So I'll just hit button bitmap, and then you find the bitmap you want. This is the one I want, pebbles. You hit the up one. you should have two versions for one bitmap. You should have two pictures, right? So if I look at this picture right here, the pebbles up means released, right? Because the button is up, and the DN, or the down image, is when it is activated. So if I hit pebbles up, you can see now that gobo is now applied. So I'll just take, there we go. So now you can see that gobo is now here, right? And when I don't have a wing, so whenever I view max, it's really annoying. I wish you didn't have to have a wing to enable view max, because sometimes I just want to see how things look, you know, when I can view max, because I do have a wing, right? Or I don't, but you know, usually when at work I have a wing. Anyways, so yes. Oh, got an email. So yes, you can see that bitmap's not there, and when I deactivate it, or when I go to a different queue or a different palette, it'll go back to its black state. Now, as I was saying before, if I go to this high contrast mode, go back, you can see the background's black, so that doesn't work, right? Because usually I have my color theme as black. So if I was to use the blue or the high contrast color theme, I would change this bitmap to have a background of white, and the gobo would be black. So yes, that's that. Let's go to black. Nope, not shaded. Default. Thank you. Okay. Right. So yes. Oh boy, my keyboard just... Alright, it's back. So let's see. Now the problem I was having before is if I would go 2 layers deep, it wouldn't work. Oh, it does work. Nice. Okay, never mind. Disregard what I said. I'm an idiot. Alright. Well, that's nice. They fixed it. So what would happen before is if you had too many folders, or if the name was too long, then it would just show you the path to that picture. So it would just take this, and that's what it would be on the icon. The icon wouldn't be there, it would just be the name. And it was really annoying. But yeah. All of these, most of them I made in Photoshop. Some of them I just found on the Facebook page. The ones from my main color picker. These ones. Oh, wait a minute. What is this? Why do I have these ones? These ones are from an old color picker. I'll see if I can find that one, just to show you that, you know, even I make stupid stuff. Yeah, like these ones, these main ones, I made a few of them, but the main ones, like white, red, stuff like that, I found online. There's a YouTube video somewhere, and yeah, I can share all of my bitmaps if anyone would like. I just have to kind of organize them. So actually, let me find that show file that had the ridiculous macros, QStack macros with the for the color picker, because basically what it did is it was a normal color picker with all the bitmaps, but instead of using palettes, I just used QStacks for everything, and then, oh man, it was ridiculous. The top row of QStacks had a macro that would activate every QStack below it and deactivate every other QStack. I can't even remember what I called it. So I'll show you 2 old show files. I'll show you, actually, where's that might have it. This, Senior prank. That might have it. For my high school senior prank, we decided to turn our auditorium into a dance club, and yeah, a bunch of people were like, "Yo, Guillaume, you do lighting, right? Can you turn our auditorium that is 90% window and sunlight into a dance club?" I was like, "Damn it, I'll try, I guess." So we brought all of our LEDs and our little tiny American DJ movers to the auditorium, and they had blinds, but they're the kind of blinds that don't do anything. Yeah, it was really, really bright in there because it was really sunny. And oh, before I do that, let me just save this show file. And see there's the autosave macro being super useful. All right, let's find it. Oh, the queen rig. All right, first one. Ah, yes, okay. This was, should I just turn off? Yeah, I'll just turn off capture for now. Yeah, sure, save. Anyways, this was my show file for the last show I did in high school, and it's a bit everywhere. But here you can see the Blaze It button right here, and I had two windows. I had the main window and the faders window, and as you can see, it's the exact same as my modern one, my newest one. It's different names, right? 10-second burst. This one's a 5-second burst because this was that Hazer that was ridiculous and would engulf the entire stage in 2 seconds if I turned it on. So yeah, because if I think I have a button somewhere. Oh yes, these are all. The reason these are positions is very specific, I guess, to the kind of moving lights I had. Here you can see the gobos for, these were the main gobos I used for that show. For the actual show, I had all of the gobos for the lights, but after the show, I decided to, come back and kind of see what I could do differently. And so this was the layout for that show. So here you can see, are these? No. Man. I don't want to reassign all of those. Anyways, so like my other show file, I have all these named colors here, these color combos. And then this right here is a special color picker. It has the main colors here. I didn't have any really, like my other show file, it has all of the kind of more subtle ones. Oh boy. Yes, you can see this is a bit of a mess. But I still had all of my main colors. The reason, oh lordy, Jesus. Oh man, one sec. My execute screen isn't showing up because it's on a different window. Let's just disable this, disable that. There we go. If you want to know why I just did, I can explain it, but I just fixed my windows. Anyways, so all of these were 2-color combos. Really simple. These top ones were just colors for the entire rig, and then these were 2 colors, right? And these were just main color combos that I liked. And so these acted on the entire rig, right? And so I might have a picture somewhere of it. I'll try to find it, but that's not the. Here we go. I don't think I do, no. I do have colors or pictures of the more complex ones, and I'll show those in a bit. But yes, these were 2-color combos, and the reason I put these here, and I mean, you could say yes, this is a lot of colors to update before show, and it is. The only reason I did it is because I had lots of time to update them. I think I had like 12 hours of programming time before the show. So I had lots of time to tune everything, which was fantastic. And basically the reason I wanted these is because I wanted to be able to really quickly go to a combo I wanted. So if I was like, this is a slow song, let's go to like cyan and magenta, I could just go boop, because I had a touchscreen, right? These right here are the special ones, and these are more than 2 colors. So like, obviously, rainbow is a rainbow, right? But things like Scarlet Witch, I'll show you that one right now. Scarlet Witch was this one right here. You can see all of my spots have a split color, right? And then there's some red, there's some green, there's some blue in there, there's some purple. So it's just colors that are just everywhere. Yes, lots of time. 12 hours was lots of time. Like, I programmed for that show, like, I spent like the 2 months before that show programming, because I wanted it to be perfect. And it was, in my opinion. So something like Rainbow Barf, my favorite color of all time, is this one, and it's spicy, so spicy. I love it. And so you can see it's literally every other color, and you couldn't do like that's why it's named, because you couldn't really make a bitmap for that, right? Because it just wouldn't make sense, right? I mean, I guess you could, but anyways. So they're kind of self-evident, and I know what Mars is gonna look like. It's a lot of actually I have it somewhere. Yeah, it's this one. It's a lot of oranges. Oh, I love this picture. Oranges, yellows, reds, and some, what is that? Tan or something? Light pink? I don't know. Just stuff like that. So, and like something like iceberg is, cool colors and stuff like that. Oh boy, yeah. So the positions on the bottom here, these were all Q stacks, and the only reason I was able to use them as buttons and have buttons for the positions is because of how I did the fade times for the positions. Instead of having all of my positions on a touchscreen, which I did right here, and having to select the fade time on the touchscreen, I had a fader, I can't remember which, I think it was my Grandmaster, that would control, because the Vari-Lights have built-in fade timers for their positions, right? And they have a chart on their manual, that shows you like 15%. So if I go to VLs and I go over here, you can see here I have specific palettes, because you can see here, this is the position time, right? And in that chart, it shows you that 63 is 15 seconds, right? And I think 50 is 10 seconds, right? So what I did is I turned my Grandmaster into an LTP fader that would control that time from 0 to 15 seconds. That way, I could hit these buttons for all of my positions and just really quickly go to a position without having to search for it on the touchscreen. And that's because these bottom ones were my main ones, right? So this section here on the left is my pan positions, and the one on the right is all my tilts and stuff like that. And so if I wanted to, go into the audience real quick and have a straight position, I could just hit those 2 buttons at the same time. So yes, let's go to QStacks. Let's find that, because I might have that color picker somewhere in here. Nope, probably not. Yep, nope. Oh well. But you can see, oh yeah, all of this stuff was for a laser that I never used. I found this blue laser. I had used it before, for another show, for a dance show, and before I didn't have it patched into Chamsys. I had a separate, a cheap DMX controller for it. But I decided for this show, I mean, like I said, it was my last show, so I wanted to go out with a bang. So I wanted everything in the rig. So we had the lasers in the rig for this rock and roll show, and I never used them because everything was too bright, and the laser was, this is tiny little, DMX laser, right? And so I never used it because, you wouldn't be able to see it. But all of this is the control for it that I had to, manually do. I was in a room. I was in the room with the laser and my PC wing, and I just went through every single channel. I made a show file and just patched a bunch of dimmer channels to find out what each channel did, and I made a profile off of that. And I should have a page specifically for the lasers somewhere. Yeah, here's the page for the lasers. I recorded all of the stuff, all of its patterns and stuff like that as beams. Oh, damn it, they're all everywhere. Everything's unorganized with these. They used to all be really neatly organized. But yeah, so here's all the patterns, the preset patterns for this laser. And so I put all the ones that looked good in this execute screen, and then you could change the move speed and stuff like that. Far from like Pangolin and stuff like that. And I really wanted to work with them, but at the end of the day, everything was ridiculously bright. You might be, nope, you can't even see the actual laser. The actual laser unit is mounted underneath this truss, but you can't even see it because everything else is ridiculously bright. But yes. So yeah, like I said, oh, this fader right here was for a very special function. I'll show that. Actually, I might have a picture of it somewhere. I knew there would be a drum solo, and so I had a position for the drums specifically, and then this fader here turned a specific set of lights to white, a specific set of moving lights to white. That way, I'll just show you the picture because it just makes more sense. So here, so all the moving lights are pointing at this drummer, right? But a specific set of them are in white, and that's what this fader did. Is it would fade up these 4 lights to white, so it's kind of like a spotlight, while the rest of the lights are in red or whatever color I wanted them to be. And it's just another way of highlighting specific areas. You can kind of see the laser right there. So yes. So yeah, that was this show file. It's completely different from the main one, my main show file. As you can see, I just have a few position effects right here. Just only 5 position effects. Because I mean, it's rock and roll, and it's also a student rock show. I didn't expect to be doing lots of movement or needing that much variation in my movement effects. But just like usual, I have my position effects size here. And one thing I did differently, which was really stupid, is I put all of my movement effects in one queue stack, and then all of these are just, actually I guess that goes back to the macros. All of these queue stacks are completely empty. They're just here for the macro, which you can see here it's G, which means go. So go 2/2. So go to Q2 on playback 2. So if I hit this button, you'll see this playback goes to circle. And these are all soloed, so I can change these. And I was a dumbass. Didn't realize I could just have all these as effects and then have a single size fader. But anyways, because the thing is, when I was programming for this show, I would move this playback a lot, trying to find the perfect position for it. And every time I moved the playback, I would have to update all of these macros, because then I have to change. So if I move this playback to playback 3, then I have to change this macro to say go 3. So go on playback 3 to Q1. And it was really, really tedious, and I'm an idiot. But you can see here, there's a bunch of effects. These are a bunch of effects for specific looks. And when they're activated, they override everything. They don't stomp anything, because I hate stomp. But you'll see these in my other show files as well. These are just specific looks. I might have a video somewhere of it. Let's see. No, probably not. But like trippy hip, or let's see, side trip. This cue sent all of the moving lights to the walls of the theater and put the pinwheel gobo on at wide and spinning at a certain color. and it looked really, really cool. So like if I go into this and look at what's in it, you can see it sets the position to the sides, and it sets a bunch of stuff with the beam. This one, I mean, it's self-explanatory. I actually don't know what it does. What does it do? Oh, it's a medium color scroll with the Pebbles gobo. I don't know why I put that there. I never used it because I didn't know what it did, which is kind of ironic, I guess. Pebble Prism is one I have kept. Actually, here's another example of QStack macros. All of these here, they're QStacks instead of palettes because I'm an idiot. And so they're all for like the scrolls, so gobo scrolls and color scrolls, right? But if I want to, because the problem is if I add a color wheel scroll, it'll override my selections for colors. If I want to quickly go back to, like if I'm using it as an effect and I want to quickly go back because I want to like turn off the effect, I can hit this button and it just deactivates all of these QStacks right here. So you can see here, it's a big macro here that just deactivates all of these. And these are just names. These right here aren't built-in Chamsys times. Again, they're times that are built into the moving lights themselves. They're timing channels, right? So I can change the time, and one reason why I liked using these is because they're a lot smoother than the Chamsys times. Because you can do really, really long fades with the built-in channels on the moving light compared to really, really long and really smooth fades compared to the software. So like if I wanted to do a fade on a color wheel and I used the Chamsys times, the color wheel would step through it really jankily and roughly, right? But if I used the built-in times for the moving lights, it would do it really, really smoothly. I may have a video of that somewhere. I'm not going to look for it, but yes. And same thing for gobos, really. You can see I have gobo time here. And if I just go to the beam tab, where's the time? It should be in another page, page 5 probably. No, here we go. So here's the gobo time here, and again it's the same thing with the position times. The manual, this might not be the same for every moving light manufacturer, but the manual for these very lights had the chart that showed what times or what values equaled what times. So if I go down here, you'll see, here we go, I have the times as palettes. And so I can change those times and do really, really smooth, really nice fades on the gobos. Because again, if I tried to do that with the built-in Chamsys times, which I can do, the only thing is, again, it will be really steppy and rough. And so, yes. These right here are all QStacks as well. They have a bunch, I think some of them have, yeah, some of them have some macros, as you can see. Oh no, all of them have macros, Jesus. Man, this is dumb. What does it do? Huh. What does it do? It activates 240. What's 240? 240. Oh! It's nothing. It's probably because this right here used to be there. I'm fairly sure the reason these macros are here is because I wanted to be able to activate a specific time, so I wanted to be able to hit this. Does it have it? No. It used to have it. I was trying to figure out a system where I could hit 6 seconds, hit a gobo, and then after 6 seconds, this QStack would go back to no time, because I was worried I would forget that I had a fade time, and I was correct because I did forget. Because sometimes I would try to do a quick change between gobos, and what would happen is it would be on a 6 second fade and I wouldn't realize, and I would be like, oh shit, and then hit no time. But some of these are because of bumping or stomping issues. See, this turns off 250, 251. Let's see, what's 250 and 251? Ah, yes, that's right. That's what it's for. Okay, so if I change this iris here, this was kind of neat, I guess. If you've ever worked with the cone gobo, you probably know that it won't do anything if you have the iris set to small, because when you close in the iris on a cone gobo, it just blocks everything out, because the cone gobo is literally just a circle, right? And the iris will close in on it, and you won't be able to see it because the circle's on the outside, right? So whenever I hit this Q, you'll see it'll set the iris to wide. Yep, it sets the iris to wide, right? That way, I could hit this gobo and not have to worry about the iris. Because I didn't want to, go to this and during a big change and then realize, oh shit, I can't see it because the iris is too small. So yes, there's a bunch of positions here. All these are also Q stacks, but nowadays I just use palettes, and I don't use the built-in fade times because normally you don't really have enough time to check the manual of each moving light and figure out what is what, because if you're using moving lights from different companies, usually they'll have different fade time or different built-in fade times. Some of them even don't even have built-in fade times. So yeah, that's why. And another problem is that if I tried to activate a movement effect and I had this fader, the movement fader all the way up, it would screw up the speed because the moving lights can't distinguish between like a movement effect and just a position change, right? Because to them, a movement effect is a position change. Just lots of them. Anyways, yes, that is that. And you can see here there's the blaze it button. Oh, it's only a flash button. That's how I did that. Anyways, yeah, you can see these are all set to 10-second bursts. Yeah, so that's this show file. Pretty different. Actually, I'll explain this button right here, this blue intermission, or inter. This button had very specific uses, and it's for presetting stuff. So in between songs, I'll hit this button, and it overrides everything. So I can change all the gobos, all the colors, everything. And it won't affect anything until I release this button. So if a band goes into a song really quickly and like really abruptly, and it's a really like kick-ass song, I can already have something set up, right? And then I just have to release this button and the whole thing goes. Maybe I should add that. What's random? It's a good question. What is random? Doesn't do anything. Must be a cute. Go 6-6. What? That's weird. Oh, I see. Oh, that's supposed to be here. Okay. So I did the same thing for all of... Oh, God damn it. I did the same thing for all of my effects. All of my... Wait, do it? I didn't even... Oh, yeah. All of my color effects were these. I didn't have the custom color effect generator at that time. So since I was rocking around, I was like, oh, I'll probably just have lots of red and yellow effects and like, yellow and stuff. So I didn't have that many color effects. So I was pretty restricted by this, although it wasn't that big of a deal. I didn't ever really feel bad or miss having a million possibilities. So, it wasn't that big of a deal. Nowadays, I like having the flexibility of being able to change whatever color I want for the specific effect and change the direction, because as you can see, these are just colors. There's no direction in these, there's all just forward. These are the intensity effects, and again, these are all in Q stacks. Same with these. So here's the Q stack that has all of the effects in them, and all of these are just Q stacks with macros in them that activate that go to certain queues in that Q stack. It's a really dumb system. If you want to use it, go ahead, but I really wouldn't recommend it because it doesn't work. I mean, it does work. It's just you can't change anything. Like if you want to change, well, actually no, you can't really. Like, yeah, yeah. Because if you want to like move this playback, you know, I'll just do it. Let's release that. If I want to move this playback here, oh. Okay, so I moved the color playback to playback 3, right? So here's what happens. These don't work anymore because it's on a different playback. But if I move it back here, boom, it works again. So that's the problem with that. All right, let's move on. If you have any questions about this show file, feel free to ask. I can explain some stuff. But I'll move on. Oh yeah, I called my spots the big boys because they were pretty big. So, yeah, there was lots of lights in this. There's 5 groups of fixtures in it. Anyways, let me find, and yeah, soon I'll be done with the QStack thing, and we can move on to other stuff. Let's find that show file. It's an old one, but I'll show you the QStack color picker, because it's old, but it kind of shows just kind of how powerful these things can be. Oh wait, I should also show a theater style show file. Yeah, I'll show that. All right, let's see. I'm looking for, oh. It's called the Queen rig because I was listening to Queen when I thought of the design for that show. Oh yeah, Bare Naked Ladies, that's right. ES Dance, EDM, macros, Overkill, Queen. There you go, Senior Prank. Oh, lordy. Yeah, thanks. All right. Should have. Yes, it does. All right, here's that color picker. This isn't the show file I was talking about. This is, I mean, it's a show file from maybe about a year. Not a year, but you know, 9 months or something. I don't know. It was a while ago. But basically, when I made this color picker, I didn't want to have to recreate it, so I just copied it from the first show file I made it in, and put it in every other show file after that I ever made. So I'll just assign the bitmaps real quick. Color picker, yeah, I have to fix this. Red up. Next is orange. Because this main file is supposed to only have my main color picker, but it has a bunch of other stuff. Amber. Yellow. I'll just stop at yellow. There you go. So here's why I wanted to make this. So, you know, top row works just like the normal color picker with palettes, but here's where it's different. When I do this, it deactivates the top row, right? And these are all QStacks, right? They're soloed, but whenever I do this, it'll deactivate the bottom row, and I can just, it's really just a graphical thing. Is the only reason I made this is because OCD, and I was annoyed that the palettes weren't working. So literally the only reason why I made this is because this one kills the top row when you select another color from groups. Now you can see here there's a different window for color fades. There's a good reason for that. That's because with this you can't do color fades because they're all QStacks. You can't fade between QStacks. Unfortunately, but so I mean, you can fade if your fixtures have built-in timing channels, you can fade between QStacks, but it's not really fading within the software. It's fading within the fixture itself. Anyways, yes, you can't fade between these colors here. These don't have bitmaps, but you can just imagine, you know, pretty sure this is lime, this is green, this is sea, this is cyan, blue, magenta, pink, purple. Oh, I missed one. Anyways, so yeah, it's nice, and I'll show you the macros behind it because it's ridiculous. So let's just look at the top row for, oh, lordy. So yeah, there's that. So what it does is it deactivates QStacks 535 through 668, and it activates all these. So basically, it deactivates everything, and then it activates everything below it. So if I look at, so let's see, 538, you'll see that. There you go. It activates 538, 568, and there's that, and 598. So that's how that works. It just, the top row just deactivates everything, and then activates the row below it. I'm pretty sure it does just deactivate absolutely everything. It should. Oh yes, it doesn't deactivate the top row because the top row is soloed. So you don't need to use a macro to deactivate this, because if you, so like if I change the button type to just a normal button, you'll see, oh wait, it doesn't do it. Huh, that's interesting. Maybe there is a macro. Whatever. So everything's soloed anyways. I don't know why. I made this a while ago. But let's go and look at the stack store. And you'll see that's all of these. That's what all of these are for. They're not named because if you name them, it shows it up on the execute screen. So like if I name this one white, you'll see, oh no, I'm just an idiot. That's what you'll see. I guess that's new. Oh, it still has it. Oh yeah, because a great thing with the whole macros running in the background for my Windows tabs is it's concurrent over every single show file, no matter how old it is. Because one thing that'll happen is if you go to an older show file that doesn't have the newest macros here, like this is my macro tab for this show file, right? You can see it doesn't have the rest of the macros I have in my other show files. So you have to keep that updated if you want all of your macros to work. But with the show file running in the background, it uses it just uses the built-in Chamsys shortcuts. It's literally just putting them on the F keys. So they'll work in any show file, which is great. And I just realized that. Huh, that's new. When I made this, it used to be that if you named the QStack in the QStack store, the name would also show up on the execute window, which is really annoying to have it on top of the bitmap. So that's why none of them are named. I just kind of know that's where my color picker starts. So yes, that's that color picker. And you can see here, see, what does that deactivate? Oh yes. So the way it deactivates the top row is every single one of these will just, it'll deactivate the top row. But the thing is, if I just deactivated the entire top row, then this button wouldn't work. Because when I activate the top button, it activates all these bottom ones. And if these bottom ones deactivate the entire top row, then the top button would be deactivated as well. That's why you can see in these ones, it goes 505 through 508. So you can see 505 through this. And then it skips 509 and goes 5010 to 518. There you go, 510 to 518. And I did this for every single one. And it was a pain in the ass. And I never used it. I used it once actually for the high school prank, the senior prank, because actually I don't know why. Oh yeah, because I knew I didn't need fade times for that because it was just like a one-off thing. And you know, no one would really be noticing anyways because there was so much sun in that room. And we literally just put all of the LEDs on tables because we couldn't mount it to anything. So yes, that's how that works, and it just kind of goes to show how complex or how advanced you can make things with color macros. They're really, really cool. And yeah, like I said before, you can't fade with these. That's why I had a different tab that would let me fade with the busking rate master. The busking rate master is pretty cool. You can set your crossfade fader to be a busking rate master, and what that means is you can see that there's a time right here in seconds. It goes up to 10 seconds max. So if I have this fader at full and I go to a different palette, it'll fade to that palette in 10 seconds. It doesn't matter what palette, which is pretty cool. I don't use it much or anymore because I just don't really like it that much. Mostly because if you have a fade going on, no, that's the wrong one. So let's say I'm here, right? I'm at cyan and I want to do a 10-second fade to red. So that 10-second fade is happening, but if I hit clear during that fade, the fade will stop, which is really annoying. Yeah. Oh, and in this show file I also used, instead of using like Q stacks and stuff like that, I used effects from the effects window. I don't know why I did. Like every time I look at one of my old show files, I'm like, what a fucking dumbass. What kind of dumbass programmed this shit? Even with like some recent show files, it's like, what the fuck was I doing? Like I had custom icons for all of these effects. That's why there's no names on these ones. Or custom bitmaps. Let me find those bitmaps because I still have them in my modern inventory of bitmaps. Yeah, they're here. So you can see these were all color effects and stuff like that. So I had like, I just had RGB and CMY effects, different directions, and I made these in Photoshop. And yeah. I don't use these anymore either because, again, the same thing with the busking rate master is if with these, because these are just, you go to the effects window down here, and you can add effects here. I still don't really know why this is here, but you know, whatever. You can copy effects from here and put them in your execute window, and that's it. So the way you record these is you just go to, so let's just add an effect, boop. So you do that, you add your effect to your programmer, you go to the effects window, and you just record that as an effects. Really simple. The only thing is, they clear out when you press clear, right? So if I have an effect running and I hit, oh, that's the wrong button. If I have an effect running and I hit clear, it'll stop the effect, which is a huge problem because what if I accidentally hit the clear button? And another thing is, oh wait, no, I didn't have it. Good thing. Good. Because usually I have a clear button in the execute window. I just go assign special and clear, right? Usually I have a clear button. It's like if you accidentally hit the clear button, then there goes all your effects. But yeah, at least this was weird. But this show was before the rock concert, and for some reason for this one I did use the proper color, the effect size faders, and I decided not to in the rock concert. Who knows? But yes, no. I mean, kind of. You can kind of see. I still had in the show file. I still had my color flashes. They were just in different places, in a different place, and I didn't like them here. I also changed a few colors too. Yeah, there's white. I changed cyan or blue for cyan. What the hell? Oh yeah, good lord. I don't know why I ever thought these were a good idea. in my newer show files, my odd and even flash buttons act on the entire rig, so I only have 2 buttons for odd and even. But before, I would have a button for each group, which is just, no, don't. I mean, yeah, sure, you get to be able to odd even flash different lights, different groups of lights, but like, no one's gonna notice. Oh yeah, this is I still have this on my new show files as well, because I like this effect. This was one of the first like effects I made, and when I started programming, and I still have it in every show file because I like it. And it takes a lot of time to make, but it's worth it. I like it. It's literally just, I select each light, set them to full, record it as a cue, clear out, do the next light, full. You can see every single light to full. And it's just, yeah, there's no, it doesn't track. And the chase type is set to random, and the speed is super fast. And it basically just, it's kind of like a makeshift strobe button. So, yeah. I still have it on my shows because I like the way it looks. So these color flashes, I talk about them a lot. Let's finally go back to like reality. Ah, sweet home, sweet home. So these flash buttons I talk about a lot because I use them a lot, and I'll show you how I use them, because I feel like sometimes when I say these are really useful, or I explain how I use them, it just doesn't make sense. So I'll just, because I have some videos kind of detailing. Oh wait, if you can't hear the sound, that might be a problem. There we go. Alright, so this is from that rock concert, and alright, you are welcome for all the knowledge. Yes, so this is from that rock concert. This is the last act, my favorite act. Good shit. Yeah, this is when I was kind of like I unleashed a little bit and was able to use all my effects and stuff, because all the acts before that were like kids bands. So this was the one I really liked. And here's just kind of showing how I use those color flashes. So you'll see, I'll just go with the beat of, or not the beat of the song, but you'll see. Yeah, there you go. So I can just kind of like mash those buttons freehandly, I guess, if that makes sense. Along with my strobe buttons, and it's great because I can strobe in any color I want. So usually I'll, just strobe in white, and to do that I just hold white and then hit my strobe buttons, because in the background I still have all of my I still have all these palettes selected. These just override those, so I can still have these color palettes selected and be able to strobe in white. And actually, I have another example here from a festival, music festival, Beirut Sandstorm. Hopefully YouTube doesn't flag me. But yeah, I'm just hitting the red and green color buttons and the odd and even color flash buttons to kind of just match the beat of the song, and then hitting strobes. And there we go. And this is the latest show, I guess, that I did. And so actually I'll stay on this for a little bit because it explains a lot of what I was trying to explain last stream, in terms of like build up and stuff like that. So this is a build up, and you'll see during the drop I black everything out, And so what happens is I have all of my effects already activated. I just have these size masters at 0. And so I'm just hitting my color flash buttons. Well, I mean, there is the movement effect, but you'll see I'll change that to a circle during a blackout. So right now it's just a pan effect. I'll strobe, and you can already kind of see there was a rainbow effect there because I activated my effects a little bit early, and you can see the rainbow in that strobe. So there's the build-up, and then there's like a 1 second stop where nothing happens. It's just a little silence, and it's here. And that's when I bring all. During that little silence, I bring all of my effects faders to full. That way my effects are already going, and all I have to do at the drop is push my intensity faders to full. Or sometimes I'll just push the size faders along with the intensity faders at the same time. And so the rest of this video, you can see I'm hitting the strobes. At the same time, there is a circle effect and a color effect. There's a rainbow effect, and you can see I'm just kind of mashing and also using the white flash button at times there. Yeah, you can see there's a few times where everything will just go to white, and that's when I'm just hitting the white button while I'm strobing. So it's really just mixing everything you have and just having fun. If you're not having fun, you're doing it wrong. Or you have a headache, because that happens too. So yeah, that's why these are so useful. This whole row is just, I mean, this entire page really is just really useful stuff. Yes. Let's see. Oh, I have a picture of the setup from that show. Yeah, here we go. So, someone asked me yesterday, because my execute screens are huge, right? They asked me, or not yesterday, last stream, they asked me, how can you select everything on such a tiny screen if you're like on an MQ80 or a 60? And this was an MQ60, and as you can see, I don't have the huge execute screen on the small one. Thank God I was able to use the big ELO touchscreen for everything else, because when I got there I didn't realize how small the touchscreen would be until I actually saw it, and it was like, uh-oh. So I changed all my execute windows and basically made this to be just my color selection, and then this was all my effect stuff. But if you don't have the luck of having an external touchscreen, just make your execute screen smaller and add more windows. What did I call that button? Anyways, man, 3 hours. I got distracted. I was just gonna be programming for a bit. Anyways, yes. I was going to. There's a bunch of stuff I wanted to explain. I think I covered lots of stuff. I'm gonna have to cover it again during the official one in a few hours. Because I know not that many. I didn't post this one to Facebook because it's just a normal stream, but I will post the next one to Facebook. I'll stop streaming in a few hours, and start streaming, or basically restart the stream for the actual tutorial bit. Yes, to actually cover a few things, because I did get some questions. I answered them earlier during the stream, but I'm going to answer them again during the official stream. Let's see, streaming. QStack macros, keyboards, bitmaps, output window. Let's do that. Yes, output window. Oh, if you didn't know this already, one thing you can do is, if you're afraid that you're going to change pages by accident. You can default your more important playbacks, and I mean, you can also use it to keep your most important playbacks available to you. So if your style of lighting is having your intensities always be there and then going through different pages for different effects and stuff like that, then what you can do is you can go over to playback. Let's go to page 1. So let's say you just want all of these to appear on every single page, right? But you want these ones to not. What you can do is you just test the playback, and you go down here and you turn this to on. And what that does is it turns it into a default playback. And you can see here it says playback 10 DEF, and that means default. And what that does is you can see now I'm going through different windows, and all these are staying. They're basically being copied. But if I go to a window or a page that has something in the place of these defaults, the defaults will disappear. So you can see in this next page, these effect size playbacks disappear and turn into these. That won't happen if you have these activated. It will do this. And this is, I think, there's a new mode called page holdover mode, which I'm really excited about because I think it does something I've wanted for a long time. Let's go to setup and see about that playback. Yeah, playback holdover mode. Yes, that's cool. I'll have to read more about it to figure out what it is. I mean, my learning style is half messing with things, testing things, and half just reading the manual a lot. Because I mean, it's reading the manual and also looking at the update, the change logs for everything. I'd look at those quite a bit just to see, because a lot of new features are getting added, so I want to know what kind of features are being added so I don't miss anything. And honestly, if you want to keep up, or not keep up, if you want to, push yourself with your programming, I would highly recommend just checking the change logs for Magic Q every week or so, just to see if anything new happens and to see what kind of new features have been added. Like here, I'll just link one in the chat right now. This was a change log for update 1.8.2.1 and you can see it explains some of the new features, how they've improved the undo function, which I should really test because that means it works. Before that update, it used to be useless, completely and utterly useless. But now it looks like they've made it not useless. So let's try this. Let's record something. Just undo it. Nope, it didn't do anything. It's useless. Nah, it's probably. Let's see. Undo. I'm sorry, I'm going to read this. It's going to be boring for like a second. I'm just going to read this. Magic Q undo can now be set so that all actions can be undone except for a small. Oh, you have to set it, I guess. Yes, you have to go to setup. Okay. I'm guessing it's over here. I don't see it. Where is it? Right, here we go. There we go. Undo programmer and actions. Let's see if it works. Oh, damn it. It undid its... Oh, it didn't. Alright, well, let's try this. Let's record something. Undo it. Oh, it works. Perfect. That's awesome. Alright, so that's wonderful news. I'm going to actually put that in things to talk about for the stream later tonight. because that is amazing. Thank you, Chamsys. Love you. Oh, that's great. That's perfect. I need to assign that to a macro. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, sometimes when you go through, when you work through different oh no, what happened? Oh. There we go. Nope. Just have to go all the way up here. Oh, that's why. There we go. There we go. Oh, thank God. One thing is you can go into setup and then view settings, windows, and then you can change here the number of boxes in your windows. I keep mine at 12 because that's just the kind of size I like. And if you you can organize all of your stuff that way. So like you can see here, or here is a good example. Actually, every window is a pretty good example. This row right here is the start. Like here's the start for all of my pan positions, or tilts, I guess. This is my pans. It's just a good way of organizing things. But if you change the number of boxes in a window, is that what? Yeah, number of boxes in a window, it messes everything up. So pick a number and keep it forever. Yes. Oh, maybe I should go over some strobe stuff, because Chamsys, or actually pretty much any I don't know any consoles that do it really easily. I mean, it's still easy with this, but like it's a bit of a workaround. To do strobes, to have a strobe button, it's pretty simple. It's just a little annoying. You have to have you have to have a queue stack with 2 queues. The first queue should be your strobe queue, and then the second queue should be your open strobe queue, your stop strobe queue. And then what you do is you go into options and then activate release, and then you set the release executes last step to yes, and that's it. That's all. I mean, you should probably set the advanced to be above program or something, but like that. But other than that, yeah, that's it. Because what it does is when you activate the button, it activates the first queue, which is your strobe. So when you're holding this, it's on the first queue, and when you release it, it executes the last one and stops the strobe. Cool stuff. There's a bunch of new features I want to look at. Man, I missed a lot. So, some stuff in patch that they changed. Where's the patch window? There it is. Yes, this is really cool. I really love this. They added this, so you can look at your different. So if you just want to mess or change something with like your VLs, you can just hit that and look at all of your VLs. Thank you, Chamsys. Like, and they say MA is all powerful. I mean, I don't know if MA2 does this, but or MA3 does this, but does MA2? I mean, kind of. They have layers and stuff like that, which is just it's kind of annoying. I guess this is just a different, easier way of doing layers. I don't really like the way GrandMA does patching. I'll just show that right now. I'm sorry, just close your eyes if you don't like MA. Is it set up? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, see, these are different. These are all different layers, and so you can just have layers specific to different types of fixtures. So like you can have a layer for your spots, your beams, stuff like that. The one thing I don't like is it's kind of annoying going through these tabs if you're patching stuff and you want, like, say you're patching these 8 lights and then you want to continue patching from where, like, you want to continue. So this one starts at 155, right? And you want to continue patching the next row of lights from that point. You kind of have to go back and go like, oh, okay, that one's 155. That means, does it show the end patch? No. That sucks. That would be cool. maybe in MA3. Well, to be fair, the only software that does show you the end one is EOS. But I also really don't like the patching system for EOS. Like, I hate it so much. Chamsys is easy. MA is pretty easy too. But this is nice. You can just boop, boop, boop. Something I found out, this is a little bit for very, very specific uses. But, so I had this one moving light that had a glitchy magenta channel, where the magenta in the CMY system would, like, when you had it at 50%, the magenta would be at full, because there was an offset on the magenta glass wheel, whatever you want to call it. And so I found out, so we weren't able to fix it, and so, well, we weren't able to fix it in time. So what I did is I just removed, instead of using the CMY system at all, I just converted to the color wheel, and I changed everything to the color wheel. All the moving lights just went to the color wheel instead of CMY. And that was the only reason I did that, and we didn't have time to fix it, is because the show was pretty much like the next day. So I just changed everything overnight. Now, a few months after that, it still had the same problem, and we hadn't gotten it fixed. And the night before my last show, the night before the Battle of the Bands, I had programmed my entire show file to use the color wheel as well, because I was like, I don't want to, I mean, it'd be great to have CMY effects and all that, but it's not going to work if one of them doesn't work. And then I found out, I was reading the manual, I found out, oh shit, you can offset specific channels. If for those specific, for that exact situation. So there's a magenta right here, right? You can offset it. I can't remember how you do it. Yeah, you can offset it by a certain value, and I did it like a few hours before the last show started. So I found this out the night before the show, right? And so I went in early in the morning to start programming. I had the whole day. The show started at like 6 p.m. I got to school at 6 a.m. Started programming. I didn't really pay attention and tried to fix and see if it worked. I just wanted to get everything done. I wanted to get all my positions finished and all that. And then, maybe 4 hours before the show started, I tested it out. I tested the offset, and it worked. It fixed the CMY. And yeah. I didn't have enough time to change my entire show file to also include CMY, so everything was still color wheel, but yeah, kind of kicked myself in the leg after that. I was like, damn it, so close. Could have just had some CMY effects in there. It was fine. I made some color wheel effects, and that was great. Oh, speaking of, I should add that. Color wheel effects. Because color wheel effect, if you have a fixture that only has a color wheel and you want to do a color effect, you have to use a very specific type of effect. So let's actually, does it have a specific? No. So that's the thing. Actually, I don't even know if I can integrate it into my color picker. Probably not. But the way you do color wheel color effects is you have to make your own custom effect, which I have. Oh, damn it, just saved the show file. Anyways, it's right here, wheel effects, and you can take, it's literally just a high value and a low value, and you just set those values to be things in the color wheel. So like if I want to do an effect between orange split, or a split color of blue and yellow and magenta, this will do it because it has no fade time. It just snaps between the two. I might have a video somewhere showing it, because you can kind of see, it goes really fast, but you can kind of see the light cycle through the wheel, which is, I actually kind of like that look. It looks pretty cool. And it does the same thing when I use these color flash buttons. You'll see the wheel cycle through the colors, and it's not that big of a deal to me. Some LDs kind of think it's annoying. I like it. It's cool. Let's see if I can. Do I have it in here? I want to talk about angles later. Let's see. Another video from behind the desk console. Oh yeah, there's the color swipe right there. If you're wondering what the color swipe looks like. So yeah, there's the color flash buttons. And there's the color swipe to white. Oh, I need to find the video for the rest of that song. There you go. You can see the effect. You can see on the floor a little bit better. It's cycling through two colors on the color wheel. And I actually, yeah, there you go. There, especially when cyan comes in, you can see it really, really clearly. Right there, you can see it really, really clearly going through those two colors. That's desert. Or what are those two colors? I can't remember. Oh yeah, it's Mars or desert. Pretty sure that's Mars. We had this kick-ass battle of the band sign there. Oh yeah, this video is kind of to just demonstrate. So I showed the show file last. This was the show file that only had like 5 different color effects, and you can see I didn't really struggle. I didn't really have a hard time only having those 5 color effects. It still did work really well. And there's the color bit, right? That's why I have these special colors. And you can see I can go through them. So I'll just name them as I go through them. Before that, I'll talk about the setup here because it's pretty special. So here, right, we'll start from the right. Here is an ETC Congo. The only reason I had that there is because I used it to control my front lighting, because I had already run out of space on my playbacks on the Chamsys, and I had 80 other fixtures, conventionals for the front lighting, and I wanted to be able to like easily have control over them. So I just put them all on the ETC Congo because it has 40 faders. So running 2 lighting boards at the same time, and it looked pretty cool too. I like. That's another reason why I want it there. But there's the PC wing right there. I have an extra monitor there that shows me my outputs tab. It doesn't, because I had my execute window in view max mode, for some reason the outputs tab was kind of glitching and didn't live update to the changes that were being made. So you can see right now these lights right here aren't on the outputs tab, but they are in the show. So yes, that's part of why I had so many colors, is I can easily switch between these really complex color combos without having to deal with it. So that's desert, right? Or no, that's forest, rainbow. I don't know what that is. Maybe Star Wars, I don't know. But yeah, I can just switch really easily between all these different color combos, and they look great, right? There's some strobe. Yep. Great stuff. And there's my laptop with the execute window and everything. So yeah, it's good stuff. So that's why these ones are here, and that's why I always like having these, because it just gives me a lot of freedom while not having lots of freedom, if that makes sense. Let's see. Yeah, color wheel effects. pretty neat. The only problem with color wheel effects is they don't really work really. Wait, they do that pretty. Oh yes, they do work. They do work. Because this generator right here is based on my main color palettes, right? So last show I did was a music festival that had some Roby points in them, and those are color wheel only fixtures. So I also had some LED fixtures, which of course RGB, which aren't color wheel, right? So LEDs and CMY fixtures are perfectly fine with these, because this is a normal effect. But color wheel fixtures, you have to treat them a little bit differently. And what I did for that is basically I had this one doesn't have. Oh wait, I do have that show file actually. There we go. Oh yeah, here's the execute my flash buttons for this. As you can see, really similar. These are all the same as all my other show files. So are these three in that one. This one I didn't put the timer for the Hazers because I didn't need to. Because I put all of my I had enough space to put the Hazers on my playbacks instead, which was nice. I mean, the only thing is sometimes I would accidentally put my faders to full because I would push all of the faders to full during a drop, which is a little bit of a bad habit, but it's fun. Anyways, all right. Yes, if I look into this effect right here. Oh, Lord. Yes, here we go. So you can see these ones are right here are LEDs. The tornadoes are LEDs, but these ones right here, the points, only have a color wheel. Actually, I don't know why they have a color. It's weird. Huh. Is that the same for all? No. That's weird. Doesn't really matter though. So if I go into this effect or this Q stack right here and look at what's in the queue, you can see all these colors are blue for some reason. Doesn't really affect anything because there's an effect going on. So you can see I have a separate effect for the tornadoes, the RGB fixtures, and the color wheel fixtures, the points, and they work on the same system. They work on this right here, and the reason it works is because if I go into the palettes tab and look at this, for the points, these are colors on the wheel, and so when I activate the effect, it's still using the right colors, right? Because I've included the color wheel into this color picker. So you know, it just helps everything keep everything in sync and everything working and looking great. Infinite pan and tilt, I talked about that last stream. A little bit different with the positions, pretty much the same though. I have like splay and stuff like that. Yes, let's go back to a lot of lights. There we go. Okay. Alright, I'm probably going to start programming. I'm going to take probably a 5-minute break because it's been 3.5 hours. Just going to stretch my legs. But I'm going to start programming, doing some proper programming, fixing some things. Let's open up Capture. And I'll just close Trello. There we go, because there's a few looks I want to fix and a few things with my group selection I want to fix. Because I had an idea today that I want to implement into this show file. It's already implemented a little bit, and it's... Oh, Lordy. Get back in here. There we go. Oh, another great thing about the keys, the F keys, is that I can easily update my layouts. So, you know, that's great. Let's see. Yep, that works. Okay. Because this system works great. It just needs some tweaking. Because like I said, I'll just go through some selections here. it selects, so top row kind of, you know, self-evident. Top row just changes everything. But if I hit this, you can see it's a specific selection. Like half of the rig goes to a different color. So that way I can really easily do some 2-color effects. So instead of, the only downfall is that I have to hit 2 buttons instead of 1. Although I could just preload and it would work as well. So yeah, so like if I preload and go white, magenta, and I hit preload again, it'll go to, ooh, that's a nice look, I like that. It'll go to that look. And the system is also a good system for constructing stuff, if that makes sense, because I can take this look and I can expand it a bit. So if I'm looking for kind of a blue look, I can, you know, go to blue. See, let's add some cyan into there. I want some magenta, and then from there I can go and individually select the lights. I can go to my outputs tab and individually select things to tweak them. But my plan is to also add some gobo stuff into that system. Not, you know, the color picker, but have specific lights look, or have specific group selection for looks. That doesn't make sense, but it will eventually, maybe. Ooh, I need to fix that. Yeah, another thing I have to fix is this. This is annoying. This means they have some of the same values, and it's pissing me off. It's super annoying. And it does the same thing for some of the positions as well, which doesn't make any sense, but ooh, that's nice. Nice and spicy. Ooh, Tron is nice. I had some, let's do that. Oh, I have to, damn it. Yeah, that's another thing I have to do. I have to, you know, put stuff in here. Alright, anyways, I will be back in 5 minutes. Can't really play music because YouTube will lose its shit, but yeah. Anyways, be back in 5. Actually, wait a minute, I have an idea. Let's just make that 1. There we go. Who needs title cards when you can just do that? Alrighty then. I'm gonna adjust my mic a little bit. Oh, fix that later. All right, I'll just keep that there for now. All right. So yes, looks. Oh man, there goes my thing. Anyways. Neat. Oh, poor computer. Sorry. What am I doing? Oh yeah, that's what spicy is. Spicy is... Oh, I was doing... Right. Alright, well let's get back to it then. I'm gonna fix this look. Yeah, change that to this. Yeah, actually, no. Let's do that. And these go boop. Cone. Breakup. Yeah. Good enough. So I'll just select that group, hats group, spots 1, and we'll just go down here and record that as spicy 1. And I'm gonna move this spicy down a bit. To about here. I might go down a bit more. I don't want to be moving too much to update these things, but I don't want to be in the way of other stuff. So there is some media stuff I want to look at, but that'll be for later. Spicy 1, so it's the same concept. It's the same concept as these, but for gobos. So it's gobo looks basically. I wish I could play music, but you know, YouTube. So my only problem with this thing is it just feels wrong. It doesn't feel right. The concept works, so ooh. Nice. You know what? Yeah, that's gonna be one. I'm going to update Tron. Because this look right here, this is usually my Tron look. So what I'm gonna do now, I'm gonna go over here. Yeah, that's it. What? Oh, that's fine. I can just record that. Perfect. All right, let's just go to colors. Yep, that's it. Tron. There you go. Update that. Oh, you know what? What if I just unlink all these? Unlink. Next. Unlink. Next. Unlink. Next. Unlink. Next. Next. Unlink. All right. Let's see if this does the doodiddle. Oh no! Don't do that. Cool. Oh. Okay, so is it just a damn it. So I think what it is there's some ridiculous fixture that's in some of these but not all of them. So let's just find out a pair that's not behaving properly. Those ones are fine. Velvet Thunder and Desert are not. So let's look at those. Good, they're right next to each other. Oh, nope, don't set a tracker. Trackers are really cool. I wish I could use them. Okay, so this has all of the spots. It has all the beams. Now, I'm guessing. Yes. Thank God. Figured it out. Alright, so here's the problem with this. If your palettes are doing this, then the problem most likely is that you have some discrepancies between the groups inside those palettes. So if I look into Velvet Thunder, it has these lights right here, the Pro Wash 250s, right? Now if I look at Desert, it does not have those fixtures, and that's why it's doing that. Because basically Velvet Thunder, if you go from Desert to Velvet Thunder, then it's adding fixtures. So yes, you see, if you go from Desert to Velvet Thunder, it will work properly. But if you go from Velvet Thunder to Desert, it won't, because it's holding over fixtures from Velvet Thunder. Like tracking. It's kind of like tracking. Actually, I should add that to the list of things to talk about. Why does it always show up on that window? Oh, wrong window, I guess. Palettes. Fix tracking in palettes. Right, completely forgot. Right. Let's see. What was I doing? I'm gonna drink some Monster, that's what I'm doing. Alright, so now if I add, actually they shouldn't even, should they? For now I'm not going to include, because oh wait, shit. Oh boy, I know it, damn it. That means, good thing I color code all my fixtures. So usually cyan is my spots, green is my beams, yellow is my washes, and magenta is my key, so my front light. So I can tell that, oh lord, just easily, I don't even have to look at the name. That means, because these washes are on the fucking truss, which means they do have to be in the color combos, and they're not in most of them. Oh wait, no, never mind. Never mind. It's because of the key lights in it. Never mind. Oh, thank God. It's just that simple. Yeah, that should work. Oh, no. Yep, see, it works. So that just means we have some discrepancies. Annoying to fix, but easy to fix. Next palette, let's go find those. What? Well then what? I wish it would show you how many values are in these. Like how many fixtures, so you could actually fix it easy. What's wrong? Alright, what is it? Oh, it's right. Okay. Okay, it's the rainbow effect. Oh, that's why. It only has one wash in it. For some reason, has one. Damn it. There we go. Damn it, that means man. Why is they only... I guess I'll just remove this and fix it. And re-add it. What kind of... it's, oh no, it's a rainbow, which means I have to do it custom too. I like that look. That's nice. These washes don't do much, but you know, sometimes they do stuff. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool. And if I add a little bit of... Nope, nothing. Yep, alright. This will be a pain in the ass, because I have to go into the outputs tab and do everything. What even is the problem one? It's rainbow? Yep, it's rainbow. Alright, oh well, not hard. Just have to go red. What? Ah, damn it. Alright. It's like these two go red. Alright. These boop boop go orange. Why is it not the hell? Is there a fade time? It must be. What's going on? Why is there alright, is it still going? Still... Oh... Nope. Fuck. Now this is a mystery. So when I go between these colors, nothing happens. Changes one. Alright, something's up with these colors then. What the fuck? No. Oh. I think I know. Nope, I don't. What the fuck? Oh, is it because I'm selecting these on the execute page? It's doing a thingy? Motherfucker. Oh, it is. Just go. Damn it. The hell? Oh, such a pain in the ass. Alright, what's in the programmer? Why does it have those? Those aren't in the palettes. Bitch. Okay. What? So these are multi-element fixtures. Fairly sure that's the problem. That's why I can't select them from this window and change the color. Because it's only acting on one of the elements instead of the entire fixture, which is stupid as fuck. Like, damn it. The hell, man? some stupid. You know what? I think I remember why I didn't add these to the color combos. Because it does work when I clear. Maybe let's try something. If I make these red, go into the programmer, remove these. Oh, it works. Okay, just have to remove those. Damn it. I don't want to remove those. What's this? Alright, we're going to select all those, make them red, go into the programmer, delete all this stupid shit. Go down here, and record rainbow. Unlink. Alright. Select those. Set them to amber. Programmer, just gonna remove these. And I can go and record that. These ones gonna be green. Yeah. Cyan. Alright, let's go blue. Damn it. I have to redo that. Right. Blue programmer. Bada bing, bada boom. Record rainbow. Done. Part of me doesn't even want to use these fixtures anymore. They're gonna do this stupid shit. Should I include? Yeah. Oh. Should I just not? Yeah, you know what? Whatever. I'm just gonna remove them from all the things. Sick of their shit. Goodbye. At the bottom too. Goodbye. If you worked like every other fixture, you would still be in the show file. Why is there always 4 at the top? And the rest of them are at the bottom? Oh, Lord. But that means, oh, fuck. I'll just, oh, it still works. If it doesn't, I'll just remove him from the group. And all will be well. Oh, I wanna die. I hope I never have to use these fixtures ever. Fuck, what? Whatever. Oh wait, unlink. Doesn't really matter if they're linked or not. Doesn't change much. It would in a Turing situation when you're morphing stuff. Oh, alien only fix that, I guess. Lavender, in a Turing situation, you can morph these fixtures to other fixtures, and then if they're linked, then all you have to do is update the main palettes, and then you wouldn't have to update all these combos. Theoretically. I hate these lights so much. They're cool, like you can make some cool looks with them, but I hate them so. You know what, I'm curious, actually. Yeah, I'm curious. Do these work with they do. The fuck? Oh, because there's group selection instead. Nope. Still not adding them. Although that's a cool combo. I like that. That's a cool combo. I'm gonna implement that into my other fixtures though. Wait, actually I can just do whoop. Yeah, let's do this. Ooh, I like that. Did I clear? I did. No biggie, I can just what? Oh. Group backlight. Do I really want this? Yes, I do. Active, lordy. Recording options, record color, record. Let's go over the color. There we go. Now this is gonna have a, yep, here we go. Whole bunch of random shit. Like these lights. Bye-bye. There we go. What should I call this? What does that look like? Man, naming color combos is the worst. I'm gonna call it blue, yellow match thing for now. I'm gonna move it down. Because this is what it looks like. It's like, what do I name that? It's a mystery. Because it's not. Oh, that's why I called it that. Because I have another one called Breakfast. I was like, wait, why did I call it? Because when I was naming it, I was like, that's a Breakfast sounds like a good name for this one. I'll show you the combo. Wait, that's the combo. I called it Breakfast, as a reference to a band I've never listened to, but I know has some pretty crazy lighting. Oh wait, no, it's not a band. Isn't it a song? Camera. Psychedelic Breakfast. I'm pretty sure it's a Pink Floyd song. Anyways, yeah, that's what I don't know. I kind of think that's what. It's just a name, really. I mean, the names are just references. So I know like crazy dems, like blues and stuff like that. Nice, cool stuff. Yeah. I really like breakfast though. Anyways. Oh, I should do my forest look. Let's do that. Green, boop, boop. Let's try. Oh, well, damn it. Okay, let's try it. Boop, boop. Yeah, good for me. Good. Sounds good. Looks cool. I'm just gonna update forest. There it is. Update. View palette. Just gotta make sure ain't no yellow. Yep. No yellow fixtures in here. Good. Which is really weird because. Whoa, what? Because they're in the programmer. But they didn't record into the. What? That doesn't make sense. Alright, cool. Cool with me. No problem. Candy's a good one. CMY. Oh yeah, Alien only has a few fixtures. I fixed Lavender and Tron. Walmart's good. Yeah, I know Forest is good. Star Wars should also be good. Nope, it's not. Just gonna delete that. Nope, I need to delete all of them. Ooh, I need to stretch my legs a bit more. Yeah, I'm gonna probably end the stream soon, and resume in a few hours for the actual tutorial. Usually this is a lot more exciting when I have music, but yep, I can't play music. Oh, I made the mistake on my first 2 streams of playing music, and then I found out you can't do that because not Facebook, but YouTube will lose its shit if you do that, and it'll take down your stream. Alright, that's all of them. So, hopefully, all these work. Yep. Perfect. All these work nicely. One really trippy thing with Rainbow Barf is that, so if I go to something like Velvet Thunder, you can see this position is symmetrical, right? But if I go to Rainbow Barf, it doesn't look symmetrical because the colors aren't. Some cool. Oh, and it fucked up again. Damn it. Damn it, man. What's wrong with Rainbow Barf? What's wrong with it? Is it just Rainbow Barf? So it seems like Rainbow Barf is missing something. Because it can go to others easily. So it's missing something. What is it missing? Has all the right fixtures. I wish you could see how many fixtures are in here, but you can't. Candy's fine. All right. Time to dig deep. It has all the VLs in it. Does it have all of the spots? So it should be 31 to 40. Yep. Oh, there we go. It's missing one beam. Actually, I'm pretty sure you would be able to see that on here. I just changed it to the colors. Take the beams. Oh, that's not useful. Yeah, you can see this one right here is not changing. So I go to like iceberg. Yep, that's why. Found the culprit. Hopefully that's the only one. Just check that real quick. Yeah. Oh. No. Actually, wait a minute. There's an easy way of finding out which ones. Yep, it's only that one. I guess I'll just make it magenta for now. And be on our way. Alright. Yep, it works. Perfect. Nice. Alright. Yeah, okay. That's gonna be the end of the stream for at least now. I'm gonna start the stream up again and do the official tutorial in a few hours. Yeah, I'm gonna get some rest. And yeah. Have a good night or a good morning, and yeah, have a good one.